Welcome to this week's first edition of Viewer Levels. As we await some more submissions to populate the queue, headed of course by the first submission that we've already received from Kimmy, that being Mummy Mineshaft, we're going to do a quick warm-up level. This is Cannonball Cave, a new creation by GM Fabio, and a level based on cannonball obstacles. You need red coins. Expert, enjoy. Well, we'll see how that goes. And thank you, Nugukaza, for the submission as well. Of the finished version I see of the 7F Hawk multi-checkpoint extravaganza. Okay, it looks like we have a couple of chances to move on up here. I may need to do the... Actually, no, I'll just go up from the left to the right and build up some momentum, unless, of course, I actually do need the SMB2 high jump, which I think would not be what I expect. So, let's see what we can do. Yeah, actually, no, I want to high jump onto the left and then jump up from there. Yep, there we go. That's the right idea. Natcat, welcome. Thank you for this mission of Spookstack Stronghold. Okay. And next GM, sorry to hear about your internet. Hope that gets sorted out at some point. Okay. Here we go. Whoops. Shouldn't have missed a POW. That made quite a big difference. We see a key. Or rather a key door that's going to be coming up afterwards. I believe the level description did say something about it being required, so we'll just keep that in mind. And here we go. Okay. Hadn't noticed previously the time pressure of plucking our way down to clouds. But now we know. Let's stand a little bit further to the right when we do that. That would be advisable, I think. Let's just wait for the next cycle. And whoops, nope, that's an issue, but not much of one. Thankfully. Down we go. Raging Beagle, welcome. Raging Beagle, hope the run through Peter Jackson's King Kong has been going well. I saw you had still been working on that on and off. I don't know if you're finished yet. And whoops. By which I mean, of course, the King Kong game from the mid-2000s by the designer of Rayman and Beyond Good and Evil, Michel Ancel. Okay, here we go. Toss this, bop this. Now, let's see. Okay, everything here is fine. I think I still need to race my way over. Oh, after I hit the POW, of course. Just finished editing part 9 for YouTube, I see. Right, because you were also playing with the upscaling in the Xbox backward compatibility, I recall you saying. So, I guess in some ways it's going to be at least a better looking experience than it might have been originally. Let's watch my head over there. Okay. Let's fix this up. Still haven't actually seen the first coin yet. The clear time that I saw as a record so far was, I think, something close to 3 minutes, so... Could be a substantial experience here, but with a fairly gentle clear rate, so... Shouldn't take too long. Okay. Now, and then over here, we move quickly. Hit the POW. Work my way down. Whoop. Here we go. And that's checkpoint. Melon Ryan / Gilmore is going alright. Let's actually hit the coin without losing everything. And like I said, it did seem like the level description said something about the coins being required, and you did pass a key door in the first zone as well that would emphasize that. Although, of course, if you start post-checkpoint, that requirement might be easier to forget if you're not very attentive. Let's maybe not do that either. Yeah, pretty neat level so far. I haven't played anything by this maker in quite a long time, actually. This is a level by GM Fabio, who's a maker from Germany. I think so, anyway. Yeah. But yeah, it's been quite a long time since I played anything from his list, so kind of nice to see that he's still active and making some interesting concepts here. Okay. I have to mind my head with some of the spacing here. Okay, that's a very satisfying leap. Oh, missed the top coin. Buried in the top right corner. Wasn't really keeping count. That's easy enough to get, though. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Okay. Just have to be fairly quick about some of these earlier jumps and just cautious about the spacing, but actually fairly flexible, I think. So, yeah, this jump here is, as I said, really quite a treat. We've had much worse chokes. Anyway, here's checkpoint 2. Boss room. Interesting. And, okay, so we just stay alive until the P goes all the way up the track. Should actually watch where I'm going instead of just reading the setup, but looks very much like a P-switch survival timer from what I can tell. How's Scrabble going? Scrabble's been going fairly well. I'll have to think back to what words I've actually played in recent memory. But that's why I keep a video record of this stuff, because I just forget about it immediately. Anyway, it looks like there is going to be a whoops key collection that happens afterwards, which is going to be required. And then the P switch is just going to give me a P-block platform under the key door. And so no need to worry about the cannons after that. So technically I think this is actually beatable even if you take damage and lose the SMB2 mushroom. If you lose it at the last minute, I think. But we'll see if that actually turns out to be the case when we drop into the room after that, whether there's something like a cloud-controlled gate or something on the other side of that door. Let's go around that. Mumuga, welcome. Yeah, Mumuga, I mean, you're also in the sub-queue today, so... Although in position 5 it won't make that big of a difference, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, anticipating the cannons coming in from the top is something I'll definitely need to work on. Mumuga, it is next followed by sub next as usual, although if there aren't very many subs in queue, I avoid repeats. Just so we don't have, you know, the same person over and over again. But apart from that restriction, it is next and sub next today. And this is just a warm-up level right now, so next will be the next thing I pull up, so... Let's see here. And we'll just take it easy here and watch the cannon positioning up top, which is something I immediately failed to do. Now, I don't know, looking at the P and how it's going off the track, how much longer it takes to be activated. I guess it is. Yeah, based on wrapping around to the end of a track in the bottom right, and then it wraps all the way back until it hits the muncher. So that attempt was kind of spoiled on just reading the P-switch and seeing what's going on. It isn't overly challenging, it just requires your eyes to be in a couple of places at once in this segment here. Because if you're watching your feet for the platforming on the bottom layer, you can very easily lose track of where the cannonballs are spawning from up top. So let's just walk this again. Yeah, as you can see, sometimes I do have to stay low and just not jump if I'm being carried past that column where the downward cannonball is being fired. So we'll just keep that in mind. Yeah, and just let myself get pushed over from time to time. Oops. Got pushed a little too far to the left, but I think I have the makings of a working pattern on the left side. Pattern is going to be consistent since all of the loading and scroll locking is going to work the same way every time. There shouldn't be any unforeseen random variance. Okay. Well, it's kind of interesting given the synchronization between the horizontal and the vertical movement. Oh, cursed key. So some time pressure from Phanto over here. And indeed, a cloud check at the very end. It's kind of interesting how much variety there is to that final segment there. Just from the way the pattern gradually desynchronizes. You're not just going to be able to pick one consistent loop and stick with it. You do have to improvise as you go along, so. That's clear, let's get into the queue. And yeah, if anyone wants to play it, I'll just type in the code in chat. And let's take a look at the level from Kimmy. Kimmy, I know we're at the very start. You might want to check in anyway. I know you're probably here. And yeah, there you are. And Melon Ryan / Gilmore, thank you for the submission of Riptide Rush. Here's Mommy Mineshaft. 3-1 from Super Kimmy Boy World, a collection of 15 short auto-scroll levels. Yes, we played some earlier ones separately as well. Looking forward to this one. Do I enjoy making or playing levels more? Well, I've made very few. I really do enjoy the making process, I just very rarely finish anything. So, I mean, I definitely do a lot more playing. That's just largely a result of streaming this game as much as I do. And also just having an endless supply of good levels from good makers. I mean, I've been introduced to so many good makers over time that in many cases I'm only through a fraction of their lists, and there is still so much to play. Obviously, I do just need to do a series of short bounces there. I don't know why I went so high on that second one. Whoops. Okay, just need to control my position a little bit better. Flint the Dad, thank you for the submission. And Raging Beagle, thank you again for dropping by. Good to see you and catch up even so briefly. Whoops. Just missed a jump on that one. Okay. Yeah, let's actually get the bounce. I think I will assume that I need to get everything on the first bounce so I don't get outpaced by the auto-scroll. The auto-scroll is going to be tuned with a particular expectation for how things are timed, I think. Yeah, as you can see, I will need to keep pace with the mole after the first activation, so... Nice little crossover there. I was wondering if I needed to bump anything out of that block, but apparently not. I just need to jump into it. So let's not get too fancy. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I like how reliable everything feels, that you have a pretty minimal set of coin indicators in terms of where the landing locations are going to be, but that's all the information you actually need to guide the moles in the right direction at any given time. That, considering how open the space is and how much freedom that would actually give to the player, if you're aiming for the coins, everything is just going to land right on target. And that's pretty nice to see, given how the mole behavior is something that responds so much to player positioning. Okay. Okay. That's nice. I like that release there. Need to hold a high bounce into the end, obviously. I don't know why I was hesitating on that. Momuga, I'm not Luigi, and that will be something we fix starting with the next attempt, so thank you for that redemption. Audio is dead. This is a good time to pause and make sure we fix that up very quickly. One came in. Thank you for letting me know about that. We had avoided that bug recently, but it has kind of come back with a vengeance, so I'll be right back. And we'll try to get that fixed up. Okay, should just be a minute. Okay, audio should be back in business. Thank you for letting me know once again. Let's not start over, although next attempt will be with Luigi. And yeah, Momuga, as I always say, back when I played Odyssey, of course, that was a long time before I ever started streaming, and I just took hundreds of screenshots into photo mode. I think I spent more time into photo mode than I did actually doing platforming in the game. And I had nothing to really do with the screenshots other than just stare at them for my own amusement. So when I started streaming, I realized that I already had this entire library of Mario artwork ready to go. Yeah, Kimmy, I'm not really seeing that much janky yet, to be honest. I think that if I'm aiming for the coins, everything feels really responsive. I know there's always going to be some variance introduced, not only by the player position, but by, you know, whether the moles are bumping into walls and doing the thing they do when they bump into surfaces. But so far, everything I've been seeing is pretty reliable, including that spawn over there. And yeah, so that's going to be a release timing that is, again, going to be player dependent. And I see what the remaining jumps are going to be. So we just need to get that done. Okay. Up we go. I can see that if the player is kind of cutting corners on a jump height from time to time, that might lead to a bit of weirdness. Yeah, it seems like Mole was a little far left for me there. So maybe we need to cut down on some jump coming out of the on-off switch activation. But I'll see what I can do here. Whoops. First time at making that mistake. But yeah, just thinking ahead to the final two moles and the little wrap around the corner that I need to do there. We'll see how it goes. Okay, down we go. Yeah, it looks like I'm a little late there. I wonder if I'm supposed to follow that pattern. I'm going pretty much as fast as I can after hitting the on-off switch. And it looks like the top corner there, beside the on-off switch, restricts me from just falling immediately to the next jump block. I do need that extra bounce. But I wonder if, timing-wise, I'm just being set back a little bit. So I'll see, because it definitely looks like I'm getting to the second last mole a little bit late. But given that the release of that mole is based on the on-off switch activation, like, it's got to be some jump there that I need to tighten up. There we go, like that, except with a higher bounce, obviously. Oops. Sorry. Gotta pay attention here. And the Flint had belatedly, thank you for the submission earlier of Frosty's in Trouble. Hope we can get to that in good time. Okay, let's get up here and do the same thing. I like that unstacking interaction there. That's something that I think works pretty well. Yeah, maybe I'm pulling back a little bit on that first bounce. Something about the way I'm going down the jump blocks is a little bit too slow. And we'll need to figure out what that is and fix it like I did 2 attempts, now 3 attempts ago. Yeah, the ending does feel a little bit tighter than the rest of the level. I mean, it is an ending of a fairly short level, so it kind of makes sense. But I guess it's already a sort of different kind of jump curve from what you see earlier in the level, and the curve is not the thing that I'm concerned about as much as just the speed of getting to this mole here. Okay, I need to pull back a little bit. I was still facing right to left when I landed on the mole, and I just changed directions much too late. Because your facing direction going into the bounce is going to matter to your momentum, so that's something I will need to correct for when I do that series of jumps at the very end. Yeah, as with a lot of the levels, Kimmy, that you've been showing me recently with these short, clear condition segments, that's... I think the pacing actually does work pretty well in terms of having each mole be something a little bit different. Like, every time you advance to clear condition, it's with a slightly different jump or interaction coming out, and they're pretty evenly spaced as well, so... no, let's not try to go immediately. Obviously, the spikes prevent you from doing that. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Mamuga, I wasn't clear on what the Spanish lesson there is responding to, but I'll catch up on chat in just a bit, in case I am not following the thread of conversation here. Oh, whoops. Ah, you're telling me about all of the words that are very similar, but are you saying unrelated in terms of meaning, or as in they just have a different source or etymology? get. Okay. There we go. Alright, very nice. Face shield, wheelbarrow, wallet, highway. And so on. Yeah, I see what you mean. A little off the record, as you can see. Probably just a little slow getting over to the gate at the very end, but... I mean, you can kind of see how the heights of certain jumps can be shaved slightly, especially early on, if you're trying to shave off a few frames for the speed record, so... Thank you for that, Mummy Mineshaft. Very good level. From Kimmy. Now, sub next, I think, is just equivalent next year. This is the massive P-Balloon multi-checkpoint level from New Gukaza. Last time I played this in an earlier version, I just spent way too long getting past the first segment before it splits off into the multi-checkpoints. 38-minute world record past the first checkpoint from the only clear, as you can see. So New Gukaza, I'll learn what segments I can. I think it's one where I will probably need to learn different segments over multiple sessions and eventually just really put in a dedicated effort, but we'll look at as much as we can. And over time, of course, I'll need to be much more consistent about getting past the free checkpoint segment in order to learn this at all. So let's see how we do. Heptophobia Vanquisher. Okay, nice little TPB intro artwork here. Let's do the circuit, and yeah, I just need to tap very rhythmically. Sometimes if I fall behind by just one tap, that's enough to spell a disaster, so. And I do need to punch the P-switch and do the rest of the survival circuit without the benefit of being able to pop out the left side, obviously, so. That time, I didn't even manage to hit the switch. That time we did, but to no avail. And yeah, New Gukaza, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. I mean, the more I repeat a given segment, the less there is to say about it, but we'll just have to take that as an incentive to get past the intro zone as quickly as I can, so. I mean, I have beaten this once before, this segment anyway. It did take me a while, as you saw last time. But we'll see. Interesting hard block that's sort of just here and here. I guess this is just an artwork thing, too. Balance out the slopes a bit and... whoops. Let's actually hit the switch. And whoops, got the spike. So yeah, we'll see. I would like to at least get far enough to learn one or two of the segments after this. And I think it can eventually be done. Just given my experience with it last time. As I often say, I mean, I'm somebody who's really not a precision player, but the kind of stuff we get from New Gukaza when it comes to P-Balloon precision concepts tend to be much more interesting than the standard precision levels when it comes to actually having some stuff that looks like game design. And having a lot of variety, so you're not just, you know, dodging the same kinds of obstacles and the same kinds of hitboxes. And of course, a lot of that just comes from the flexibility of driving the P-Balloon. You're not limited to the same kinds of spacing tools that you normally would be when you have your feet on the ground. Okay, there we go. Now let's not die to the lava here. And yeah, nice little survival challenge. Not really that tight, it's just that I don't drive very well. Let's start top right. I like, by the way, that you do have the coins visible from the start, so I know which ones have been collected, at least. Whoops, let's not do that. Ah, yes, I remember I had kind of taken a quick preview look at this one the last time I was here. Let's figure that out. Just looking at that blaster trigger, that's kind of interesting. In terms of... Whoops. Yeah, I guess this is a power-up based conditional that kills you with the blaster, so you can't just stick around in there and wait to take multiple points of damage while you're standing on the munchers. Okay, so you do need to go left first, I think. But then I always have to compensate for that turning motion with the P-Balloon. I think if I just head left first and kind of prepare before we go right. Go left by about half a block and then just set up to veer right after that. I think it's one that, you know, you aren't necessarily going to be able to learn blind. You do. I don't need to see it first. Yeah, because the back and forth motion, I don't know how visible that really is. Because I would just have to learn it with experience, I guess, unless I can see... Oh, I see. It's because of the mole positioning. Yeah, no, I see now. I see now. I wasn't thinking about the mole positioning earlier, but now that I see what's going on, I understand that you are supposed to use the mole positioning to drive right once the mole gets released. And oscillate a bit here and there. And just track the mole until such time as I can hit block here. And then you have to account for the slope, which is a nice little variation going into the end. And yeah, I guess it's a proximity-based trigger when you get into the slot over here. Nice. Really neat room, actually. Haven't seen anything quite like that. Okay, let's just do top right again. Take a look at what this icicle and fire setup is going to be. And yeah, that was a very nice death mechanism as well. Oh, no. Okay, so this... There is something I need to understand about the icicles here. These are firm icicles. They're not the kind that I can just drop by getting on top of them, so... Okay, no, I see. Because it seems like the skull platforms pull you... Well, actually, I can't see the sort of end of the track on the left side, so I didn't really pay much attention to what side the skulls will take you to. Yeah, they all go right. But then the question is, do I actually have any kind of safety margin with the P-Balloons when it comes to the icicles, so... Or is the idea that I have to, like, really accelerate and tap and then turn back with, whoops, each one of these as I drop them one at a time? Not exactly clear on this because I have to watch the burner pattern a little more carefully. And figure this out. So yeah, lots of burners going all at once. I obviously will not be able to just punch through everything in one go. I do need to, I think, just drop one skull at a time. Okay, let's try to do a rotation of some sort here. Maybe I need to do like a fast turn around a corner, in fact. Like, build up some speed, turn a corner while I'm in the flight mode, although I need to be careful about this top corner of the mushroom platform here, because I think I would just bump into it.
Sploosh.
But I think accelerating from 0 might not be enough to do the job, especially once you get into the lower skull platforms. Thank you so much for the follow. This room you missed some indication of some sort, maybe. I mean, I don't mind figuring it out, but I definitely need to see what to do here. Unless there is some kind of safety margin with the P-balloon next to the icicle, but this I just don't really know. Okay, so yeah, burners go down. I don't think I can just outpace them. They do drop pretty quickly, so I can see that, for example, in the top slot here, I can just get on top here, and that's going to be okay. I don't think that's going to be the case with any of the icicles, though, in terms of getting a safe location. But look at this, though. That the burners... I think this is actually going to be it. That if you are kind of in that halfway slot here, notice how the burners don't touch. So perhaps you need to drive the P-balloon sort of into this halfway point here, assuming that the tip of the icicle isn't actually going to get you. I'll see. I'll try this out a few times. If I really don't get it, I'll move on to a different room for now. But I should try to figure this out. But yeah, this kind of half-tile idea does in fact seem promising, given that this is a precision-based level. Now, given that the burners are going up and down a track, I don't think there's going to be any safe zone in the right column. But yeah, we'll see. And I don't think there's some way to break the icicles without taking damage, so probably not going to be that either. I almost kind of wonder if it is a speed-based challenge here. But everything comes down so quickly, I really doubt it. Okay, so you can bump it and bounce back. And you can take advantage of the back bounce, I think, which is a P-balloon method that I am not nearly comfortable with enough. So, while I figured out the first one anyway, the other two seem like a bit of a long shot, but it is kind of using that turnaround with the P that allows you to bump into a wall and keep momentum. Like that. I think that is the idea behind this room. And that's something I only really know from having played it in previous New Gukaza P-balloon levels. Seems like a little bit tough to execute, and I'll try it a few more times and then I might try to do another chamber. Because this one seems like it would be a pretty huge roadblock, and like I said, I don't expect to actually finish the whole thing this sitting anyway, so it makes sense to work on this when I'm closer to clearing the whole thing. Okay. And Ego Sensei, thank you for submission to Golden Ridge, and Furinova. Nothing to submit today? That's alright. I hope the connection is at least working on your end. I know technically you've had a couple of issues with the stream recently. And yeah, Ego Sensei, I'm glad you liked the commentary. Hopefully we can bring that to bear on your level soon enough. No, going a little bit too soon. But I think that's the right idea, that I am supposed to bounce and then go back. I don't know about that, though, because when you get down to the lower skulls, that's going to be really quite challenging in terms of the amount of distance you have to cover quickly. So, we'll just try it 1 or 2 more times, and I'll try another chamber after that. Nope. Nope, got caught in the corner, so. Not great. Sort of interesting to see the skulls wind up on that central track with the burners as well, and just overlap them as the drop point. At least the top one does. The top one just sends a skull onto the burner track, obviously. Nope, still getting hit. Okay, let's try a different one. For the time being. Let's go top left. Looks like there's going to be some hard block pushing coming our way. Yeah, okay, so here I need to push against the blocks in order to align myself in a given position, I think. Or allow the blocks to push me, I think. I understand the concept. Executing it is going to be something else, of course, but the idea is that I push, and then we have to push against the block when it is directly across from me, and then that's going to align me properly. And you do need to react fairly quickly, just given the spacing as well as where everything is placed. Yeah, that's... I don't know, because I feel like I do need to be pushed into position somehow there as well. Do I like gummy worms? It will change your opinion about this whole channel. I think I'd better leave your opinion neutral. I'm okay with gummy worms. It's not like I have some kind of like deep and abiding passion for them, but I'm generally not that much of a sweets person anyway, so. Okay, so I need some way to align myself with the bottom block here, and I don't quite see how to do that just yet. In terms of the second push interaction that will allow me to get into position. So yeah, you push. Nope. Push against the surface, and then... Yeah, for Nova, there's quite a lot of P-balloon precision all over the place. I was quite satisfied to get the mole room as quickly as I did, but that was one where I think if you understand the concept, it comes together pretty neatly. Okay, I have to push against it without having to bump back, which was the issue that time. Okay. Push. Push. Oh, no, that's going to be a problem. Because once again, of the deflection back from that. And I still don't really know what to do with the second part in terms of getting to the middle section, given that... So what I'm looking at right now is how... So the bottom left square and the square right above it, look at how the two hard blocks kind of just cross over with each other directly. I was hoping that I could do some kind of downward motion towards the block in this bottom left square and use that to be precisely placed. But I currently don't see how I'm going to make that work. No, once again, just failed to push it. Yeah, I just don't really see how to make that transition just yet in terms of what I should push against. Nope, once again, got bumped. Probably something to do with the way I'm releasing button. You do need to, yeah, you just need to release the dash button and just push with the arrow. Push with the directional pad. And then that will get you precisely where you need to go. Now, here's the issue. Okay, there we go. That's fine. I like actually falling into a bit of a loop here where I'm able to reposition. And then I'm able to go up from here, actually. And then I have to get a bit of a boost to do that. And not get bounced back. So, we'll see. I think this is one that I can learn. I don't know how well I can replicate what I did last time to get past the first stack, but if we just let go of the dash button for the most part and allow myself to get pushed, then that solves a lot of issues. I need to get past that, of course. It was just a little bit slow coming out of the top left block getting out of the way. Yeah, I feel like conceptually I understand what I'm supposed to do here. I, of course, just need to read things in a time-sensitive scenario, and yeah, and those corner positions just allow the collision of the blocks to push me. Once again, just still holding the dash button too long instead of pushing with the D-pad alone. So, but I think I understand now how to do the early parts here consistently. There is a little bit of boosting that will be required, but I need to cut the boost pretty early in order to get positioned correctly. So, I mean, all of these have been pretty interesting rooms. Not that I understand the ice one very well. Okay, didn't quite get into position there. Aegis Cook, welcome. I have great comedic timing. Well, I don't know if the comedy is the thing being timed so much as just the deaths coming precisely when it creates maximum irony relative to the commentary. I think the playing probably takes much more responsibility for that than any of the commentary itself. Okay, still not getting that squeeze down quite the way I want. We'll see, just need to do some gentle tapping here so I don't get squished. Okay. There we go. No, a little too aggressive there. I was hoping to bump against the block. And that would be the right idea. And then after that, you have the same kind of push interaction from the corner of two hard blocks pushing in opposite directions. As we get over the top part. Okay, so I need to make sure I push against the top block here. Whoops, no, too soon. Thought I had the right idea there, but not quite. We'll see. Decent progress so far. I understand this conceptually, I just don't have the execution to do it just yet. Go immediately. Nope, too much of a bump, once again. And so yeah, this will probably... Well, we'll see how long it takes, but I'd be pretty content to I've learned how to clear 2 segments of this today. Whoops. And we just need to keep those in mind. Seeing different segments than we did last time, too. So. Okay, there we go. Alright. There is definitely a particular number of taps that works when it comes to getting myself in position, although, of course, that would depend on the lengths of those taps being consistent, and I cannot necessarily count on that. Okay. Just need to watch the artwork, I guess. There we go. Let's make sure we do a push here. And almost, as you can see, I'm trying to go for the same kind of corner interaction. And then we'll see what we do with the obstacle after that. Okay, back here we go. Yeah, pushing just like that. No, once again, got bumped back. Yeah, you need to be very deliberate about when you are using the dash button and when you're not, in order to avoid that rebound off of a platform that you're pushing against. And you just cook. Thank you for the submission. Mishmash Maze. Sounds very promising. Okay. Okay, that worked out. Let's reposition. Oops, nope. Too soon. And so yeah, we'll try to get a little further in this room. And those will probably be all the rooms I see today, though. Although we can do a quick peek in some of the other ones, perhaps, if we have time. So I'll see. I think it makes sense at this point to try to progress through this one, given that I understand what the approach should be. And it's just a matter of reading the particulars. Definitely a good form of training, too, for the specific kinds of obstacles that are in some of the other Nuku-Kaza People in Precision levels. You might as well develop a technique for some of the interactions that you're expected to know. Once again, just still not reading my position over the artwork very well. Okay. And there we go. You think that's why 7F Hawk beat it so quick? Oh, in terms of just having had a lot of practice from the other ones and knowing a lot of the techniques? Is that what you're getting at? Yeah, Ego Sensei, so Nuku-Kaza, who submitted this, is very much a P-Balloon specialist. In that I think pretty much everything I've ever played from Nuku-Kaza involves the P-Balloon in some way, and it tends to show off a lot of advanced tech with it, and advanced ideas that kind of make use of all its mechanics, and, you know, just little nuances of momentum that you can get out of the item. So it's been a real learning experience for me in terms of just learning to appreciate new things about the P-Balloon, even if I'm playing things that I can't quite clear. Because it's very true, I think, that it's one of those items that's very easy to dislike if you just haven't seen many good concepts with it. Because it's an item that is easy to use badly, I think. And yeah, I mean, like, this kind of push thing where you align yourself into a position of safety just by pressing against the surface, like, that's something I think I only developed an understanding of when I played D.I. Pergin's Balloon Brain, which is all about that concept, and all about that concept in a much gentler environment. Okay, let's try to take a look at some other rooms for now, just because I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this one, but at least we kind of got a look at what the concept is. I just want to take a look at some of the ones on this side, just to see what we're dealing with. Okay, it looks like this one is... oh, interesting. I guess the idea is that I do need to... well, I'm not able to actually take out a cannonball. I think I just need to fit into one of the gaps, perhaps. But let's take a look at that. I haven't read this accurately yet. Yeah, it looks like I might need to just align myself well, and then possibly just do a horizontal push. No, not quite. I wonder, it looks like there's something here that I just don't know yet. But anyway, you have the slopes, you have the ability to kind of go this low. And you have that little gap in the timing between when the cannons fire, although it's going to be pretty much an effectively continuous pattern by the time I'm able to interact with it, so... given how quickly the cannonballs refresh. So... I mean, it looks like I have to find some way to clear cannonballs as they come out. For example, if I don't know if the people can actually interact with them and take them out in a way that will allow me to keep the P-Balloon. It's just something I don't really know, unfortunately. But as you can see, the hitboxes are actually fairly generous if you look at the way the cannonballs just swipe all the way across your face. You think that if I wait long enough, they'll run out of balls to fire. That's sort of interesting, because it depends on where in the level this is built, right? Like whether the cannonballs actually do stay loaded. That's an interesting idea. But... because I don't think it will actually end up with projectile limits unless... well, I have to think about this, because I have seen some levels use projectile limit before, but it depends on where this is built. It also depends on actually, no, I mean, I don't see how it could. Like, I don't think this is going to be able to overload projectile limit from the way it's built. I think there is just going to... yeah, like you were saying, some weird Zed fighting going on with the sprite. Maybe so. Like right in that firing position here, it looks like it's safe. Not quite safe, but that's how far you can go. I feel like the slope has got something to do with this. That there is something involving slope momentum that is going to be useful here, but fundamentally the issue is that I just don't have a way to kill any of these. If I can kill any of these, or if I can block some of them like as they come out, you know, like if I have some way that we can get something damaged as it comes out, maybe we have some potential here. But and Timorio, thank you for the submission of Capital. Haven't received a Marxist level in a while. Okay, so I wonder about that design of that sort of O shape in the center as well. Maybe it's just something cosmetic, but can't quite tell. Because let's say I... Whoops, not like that. Yeah, this room, I think there's something mechanical that I don't actually know yet, or don't see. Possibly involving the slopes, possibly involving how far I can get, you know, close up to the cannon, because I'm looking at the spike placement here, and I wonder if that is going to be relevant in terms of perhaps even getting underneath in the lower position here. You know, being able to block a cannonball spawn, for instance. And I don't think you can actually block it, though, when it's going sideways like this. Or just in general, I don't think you can just block off the right side spawn. Yeah, I didn't think so, given the way that the cannons work normally when you're not flying. Like, the P-Balloon wouldn't actually change that. Yeah, because even when you're standing on top of a cannon that's firing upwards, you always just get bounced, right? No. It's not going to be that. Yeah, I wonder if there is some weird hitbox thing that we can do with this 1 pixel gap here. But I don't think so. I think there's a clearer position where oh, you know what? Yeah, it's the gap between the cannonballs itself. If you can get into the gap between cannonballs, you should in fact have a safe location under the slope. Whoops, not like that, but... Yeah, no, I think that's exactly what it is. And this should have been obvious to me much earlier. That you just need to get in between the tops of 2 cannonballs, and you should have enough space to actually go, as long as you maintain speed in a way that matches where the cannonballs are going. So, but you have to be pretty careful in terms of getting into that gap. Look at that. Looks like your face is just totally stuffed with cannonball. But... yeah, that's clearly the way to do it. I don't know if I can do it, but we'll try it. And if I can't really progress with this, then we'll move on to a different level for now. But at least we have seen it and kind of understood what the method should be, which is, I think, an important development here. Now, because I have been on this one for about half an hour, so... and we kind of knew from the beginning that it would be one that I'd need to learn a little bit at a time. Nope. Need to slide gently down along that slope. Okay. I wonder if I can follow the cannonball without boosting. I don't think so. I think I'm a little too slow relative to the cannons too. Oh, except the cannonballs are being dragged in lava. The fact that they're being dragged in lava means that I might be able to match their speed just by not using the dash button, but just by tapping. Just like that. Look at that. Except we need to learn how to turn the corner. So yeah, we should actually never use the dash button because the lava slows down the cannonballs by just enough that I have enough speed just by tapping the directional pad. So if we figure out how to turn the last corner, then we basically have this one. Whoops. And yeah, by the time I get to that corner block, I need to think about, in the bottom right, how I'm going to account for the turning radius of the P-Balloon. And kind of press against the left side so I don't get into too much trouble here. Whoops. As you can see, just a little bit too much of a delay from the turning animation once again. So yeah, the slope allows you to face right the whole time without turning, because turning as an animation introduces a little too much lag. But if you face towards the slope, you never need to change your angle. And you can just tap like this. It's very tight, and that's why it's only one trick in this room, yeah. Like I say, even if I beat it, eventually I'd have to beat it again in the same way anyway, so I'm glad we at least understand the approach. So. Not quite. But yeah, that corner definitely looks like a bit of a threat, given that, you know, I'd need some way to press against the left side to get around a spike, and I don't know if I actually have the opportunity to do that. Not quite. And yeah, spectacular demonstration of the balloon hitbox right here. Okay, probably my last attempt for now, and then we'll move on to elsewhere in the queue, just for the time being. But yeah, we'll just have to learn this segment by segment until we eventually get it, so. The clear check took weeks. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you need to do everything quickly enough to squeeze it under a single segment time. Let me take a look. Clear check time was actually 2:53, so not too bad, but you do need to do everything well, of course. Really loved the mole room. I'm glad we managed to get that one down. So yeah, much better than the last time I played the early version too. So it's a 38-minute world record because there's literally only one clear on this right now, from 7F Hawk, which this was dedicated to. So let's punch in next, and so for those new here, I don't keep a strict time limit because we do tend to have a bit of a mix of shorter and longer levels, so hopefully we'll have some shorter ones come in to compensate for that one, and we can get through the queue quickly. Natcat, thanks for liking and commenting on the level. If you actually left any artwork on the level, you should let me know, because we can take a look later. But anyway, JGF, there we go. Yeah, Natcat just kind of holding off for that to come up. But here's Spook Stack Stronghold, very well-liked level for something that's also very new from Natcat, so it looks like this just blew up overnight from yesterday. Anyway, Big Boo invites you to his spooky stronghold. Will you meet his challenge? And some of you who submit to my stream have been absolutely on fire lately. Look at Natcat just racking up the medals this week. This one is pretty cool, okay. I will take your word for it. Okay, looks like blasters are entity blocked right now. So that's something important to keep in mind about the structure of this level, that there is some entity trickery going on. And we'll see that in just a moment with the acquisition of a key. Now, the boos are going to be in the way over here, so I think we just need to go back to the door and we'll see what differs. And yes, what's going on here is that the blasters were previously blocking the key door, but let me think about this for just 1 second. In terms of how the blocking mechanism would actually work here, I guess I didn't see how the blasters were actually placed, because if it were placed on something off screen at the bottom, that would be affected by the change in entity count. Let's see, because we spend the key, we go through here. Yeah, actually, it's on-off blocked. Okay. That's very understandable. I didn't actually detect what the on-off trigger was earlier, but... Oh, because that was what also raised the boos. Yes, that's right. Okay. Toggle this, and then... up we go. Yeah, that's going to be checkpoint right here. And then it's just going to be a timing-based mechanism. I like how visible it is, by the way, with the note blocks on the right just giving you to beat with that P-switch activation. And of course, that's going to remain globally loaded because of the way the Ps are on top of the snake blocks, which means that we have an audio cue to listen for. And okay, up we go. Kind of like a Latin syncopation, actually, too. What I'm kind of processing as a sort of dotted quarter rhythm. That kind of anticipates the second beat. So, let's get Luigi dancing to that. And up we go. Okay, going to hit the checkpoint, and it's going to be a boo-scrolling chase. Yeah, huge entity budget to work with, as you can tell from all the boos. Okay, you're going to have a quick switch activation here, and that's going to get the boos involved in a cover-up. Tap this. Oh, you know, I totally could have double tapped that, but then the boos would have come back on the conveyor, presumably, later on. Okay, bit of a time pressure here that I wasn't attentive to enough. That's okay, mistakes happen. Wasn't exactly sure what would happen in spite of the fact that a couple of the instances of boos moving out of the way to reveal interactive elements like those vines and springs had happened multiple times in this level before. I mean, I probably should have known what to expect there. But we'll just wrap around. Yeah, just trying to play around with some of the multiple activations in case anything interesting happens. And now we have lots more space to work with. Okay, you're going to grab 2.5 1-ups for Endless. And that's a GG. Okay, very nice netcat. Yeah, I really like the climbing segment in particular. But always in awe of levels that, you know, play more like traditional levels in which have so much entity budget to work with for massive boo stacks all over the place. Yeah, nice to have a bit of a short one for a change after what we were seeing previously. Just to have a bit of variety here. Umuga, if you would like to check in. Technically, you are, okay. Well, technically, we'll play your level. Yes, Moog, I assume this is the continuation of your Super World. But you can correct me if you would like something else to be played instead. And just let me know. Nope, speedrun 2. Okay, let's do speedrun 2. Ah, yes, that's right. Right, because we did the kind of pathfinding speedrun challenging before, and I remember you telling me, yeah, this was less tight, more tech, more time saves. Okay. And we did like the last one, so looking forward to this one. So yeah, these are kind of single room coin collection speedrun levels where there is a bit of a challenge in terms of finding an optimal path for yourself. Yeah, this is not going to work out, but I think... Well, let's see here, because I need to find a much better pattern for dealing with this guy here, instead of just spending so much time doing that, so... okay. Nope. Just gonna bomb over here. I should probably run around and grab this while I'm waiting for the bomb to activate. Same with this guy, just like grab the bomb and then grab the coin. Losing a lot of time, of course, but I think something like that is a strategy that may work. That because we're going to lose time to the bombs anyway, I should think about the bomb activation time as an opportunity to be doing something else. Okay. Yeah, I like levels like this that allow you to actually figure things out and find your own path, so... I feel like there's not enough of that in Mario Maker 2 much of the time. 4 seconds, we do technically have time. Yeah, this is not nearly as tight as the previous one, but I think I may run into trouble here. Yep. Yep, we do need to account for an additional bomb activation at the very end, so I am much too slow. Okay. Okay. Nope, that's gonna be a problem. But yeah, I was pretty much at 0 seconds at the door last time. We probably need to get there with at least 4 seconds remaining, I would say. Okay. Hit the bumper. And then... You know, why don't I use the arrows for those coins as well? It seems like once I get the bombs out of the way, I don't really need to run all the way there if I just have good arrow shots. That's... You know, like I dumped a bomb up here, I jump. Oh, okay. It's not gonna quite go, but we can experiment with this a bit. But yeah, you can just jump over here and not do the whole loop around in the top right, so we'll just refine the method with time. Okay, that didn't work well at all. But yeah, I need to spend less time stopping, perhaps. Okay. Then... Yeah, probably should use the arrow for that one too, but only 1 second left here, that's going to be much too slow. So yeah, probably should have used the arrow for both of those. And to avoid the donut block as well. You can probably just do that. And then, as you can see, if we had landed accurately, I would have had 3 seconds on the clock or so going into the door. Ren321 is going alright. Welcome back. Yeah, it's just, let's not miss too much. But as you can see, if I use the arrows as much as possible, I can save a fair bit of travel time. And never deal with the donut blocks, and also never deal with some of the slower parts of the platforming. Okay. Nope, that's a big miss. Maybe I should do the middle bomb first, actually, but... Oh, I don't know, I'm traveling here anyway, so... Once again, not really doing the bounce very well. Same over there. And yeah, I think if I do it accurately, I should easily have 3 or 4 seconds on the clock at the key door. Using a pattern similar to what I'm doing right now. Okay. Nope, missed the bomb activation. Was trying to pull out a bomb there, and I just didn't quite have the right sequence of inputs to make that happen. So, let's see what we can do. Okay. A little bit too slow here. Whoops. Yeah, if I land accurately on the bumper when I'm going back and forth. That's going to be a big help. Okay. Nope, as you can see, 4 seconds on the clock at that point. If I manage to do that accurately, I'm actually in very good shape. Let's try this again. How adept am I with the cat suit? I'm reasonable with it. I've definitely had some cat levels where I struggle, but it really depends. I mean, you know, I'm able to do the dive cancellations and such. I find that sometimes my muscle memory with the cat suit is a little off, especially because I had been playing 3D World recently, where the cat controls are completely different. Bren321, 5YMM has not happened yet, and I don't personally have anything to announce, unfortunately. I would not be the person to talk to about that. But keep your eyes peeled just in case, I would say. But I'm not in a position to really confirm anything about it. One moment. Okay, sorry about that. Just needed to mute my mic for one moment. But we got it. Okay. I think this method works. Not with a high bounce there, it doesn't. Need a low bounce, but I also need to get on the right side of that bumper. Okay, there we go. Miss. And Ego Sensei, you were a creator for 2YMM and 3YMM, okay. I don't have my Wii U on me now, and I will probably not get it back until later in the year. I'm hoping that I can do a Mario Maker 1 retro stream at some point, when I do have my Wii U back in hand. Right now, it's in a different city entirely, and I'm separated from it for pandemic reasons, and I don't trust it to get shipped, so I have to travel and pick it up once I'm able to travel. Then, yeah, Ego Sensei, I'll have to keep you up to date about that when the time comes, so we can actually show off your previous YMM levels. Okay. Miss. You kind of grown distant from the community? Well, I mean, people come and go. I think that's pretty normal when it comes to Mario Maker. My sense is that the community now is much more splintered than it was during Maker 1. I mean, I wasn't really that up to speed on the community side of Maker 1 until very late in his life. But my sense is that people kind of sorted out into their subgroups pretty early in Maker 2, and okay, should have done the arrow shot on the last part there, but we will actually make it, I think. You know, there's no reason to keep Link. I can just hug right against the final wall, and if I take damage from the bomb, it's no big deal. If I feel like I'm tight on time. That attempt was 4 seconds going into the door, so that's slightly too slow, especially if I'm standing to the left of the bomb. But that's because that time I did not do the arrow shot to get the central coin up top. And so if I make that little optimization accurately, then I should be able to go through. Obviously, I need to land properly. But if I just buy myself an extra second and just land accurately out of that, I think this method works. Okay. Okay, the shield there is because I'm pressing down too quickly before I'm actually pressing the shoulder trigger. Diagonal shots are not my forte. I tend to struggle with them quite a bit. Okay, once again, just total disaster. I do need to stay reasonably centered on the bumper so I can fall back on it immediately. Okay. Nope. Again, going too far forward, so. Just need to fix a few things here, but I think the path works. And Amuga, I don't know if in playtesting you've seen a lot of flexibility in terms of different paths for completion here, like you did in the previous level. Yeah, jumping accurately in the center is a real challenge. I should actually just do a diagonal shot towards the top, in fact. And I think that's going to be much better, except for the fact that doing diagonal shots in midair are a serious weakness of mine, and so I don't necessarily trust myself to be able to do that any better. It's just that it would be a time savings, and right now time is the thing I'm a little more worried about, so. Yeah, as you can see, just total miss. This level has less flexibility in terms of the pathing. Yeah, I can kind of see that, why that would be. That would have been fine if I'd actually landed on top of the platform. Yeah, Eigo Sensei, that was the interesting thing about 4YMM when it happened last year, was that it was the most cross-community experience I'd seen in some time in terms of having, you know, different streaming and making bubbles that were scarcely interacting with each other anymore, actually playing the same stuff, which doesn't happen all that often. I think it kind of happened recently with Team Jamp World to a lesser extent, but 4YMM, I think, was a really good experience in that it had a very wide draw of different styles of players. But at this point, I think it's very true that a lot of the sub-communities within Maker 2 are just so well established at this point that they often just kind of interact within each other. The way that, you know, Troll community and Precision community kind of increasingly are their own thing, even if they have a bit of outside interaction through viewer levels and the like. 5 seconds, okay, let's do it. Drop the bomb immediately and just run it. There we go. And Mamuga, you kind of want to make a part 3? Yeah, I'd love to see more in this series. I think it's actually pretty unique. I like that decision-making element to it. I am nowhere near 16-second record, and I don't know if that's with a path that's at all similar to mine. I'm sure that maybe my bomb and arrow sequence were not really that optimal. Next GM, I no longer block duplicate codes specifically because so many people, ever since the 3.0 patch for Super Worlds and such, have submitted their maker code. So even if I mark things as a win or a loss, it's actually totally meaningless. I don't keep the records. It's more just to get the chat message and to clear your level from the queue. If you submit your maker code, there will be absolutely nothing blocked. Let's do next. And thank you for that once again, Mamuga. And we'll be doing GM69, which I'm sure will be nice. What did I mistype? GWF4XRW. Oh no, it's 6, not G. Okay, that's just a massive typo. And Nukaza, thank you for submitting Little P Balloon plays with Goombud 2. Nukaza, since that is a repeat, I might not be calling sub next right away, but we'll see how we're doing with the queue. And we've had some shorter levels, of course, just now, so we're kind of getting back on pace. Meteor Mayhem. Mario is stuck in a meteor shower. Dodge fireballs and giant fragments. Let's take a look. Although, of course, Nukakaza, if that happens to be a really quick one, just let me know, and I wouldn't mind pulling that up soon. But, yeah, just try to keep things balanced in terms of making sure people do feel like they get their sub-privileges. Yeah, we'll just take him out immediately. So I don't need to deal with Lakitu too much. Oh, whoops. Probably shouldn't have just carried the shell into that Goomba. I kind of like that up throw into the cloud, though. I found it very satisfying to do. I don't even know what he throws at me. Oh, he throws spike balls, okay. I think so, anyway. Yeah, okay, so that's fine, actually, because there are a few of them riding in the clouds. If I do up throw the shell against them, I can actually just stop the spike balls from spawning. I need to be pretty accurate about it, though. Okay. And there we go. Not a very reliable way to do things. That point is interesting, because it almost looks like if I killed him, I would in fact be able to get into the cloud. I know I'm actually just making the level more complicated than it needs to be, and that, you know, it's all about just surviving the spike balls. This has a strange resemblance to the level from Yoshi's Island where the Chomps demolish the platforms from sort of leaping at you from the background. I think you know, if you've played Yoshi's Island, which level I'm talking about. But it's basically a Mario Maker representation of the same mechanic, which is kind of neat. Whoops. I nearly got whacked in the face there. Thankfully not. Okay, what's up with this on-off column? Oh, okay, it's just telling you that fire is on the way. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I could totally take that guy out, to be honest. If I can see him. Guess not. That's okay, we'll grab the checkpoint and the mushroom and move on. Yeah, when you get into the high position, you can totally do it. Look at that. And then I can drop the shell and then spin jump on top of it, and then that will not reach. Okay, that's fine. I was wondering if I could. Okay, that's gonna kill him. Great. But if you timed the Goomba as well and repositioned them, I think you actually could get in the clouds. Maybe. You would need to drive the Goombas to your desired location pretty precisely to make that happen. But here we are. And Natcat, thank you for Super Plumbing Brothers Super. So yeah, thank you again, Next GM. Not quite at the speed record, despite having taken a few hits here and there. So yeah, that world record will not stand. I think that one looks pretty easy to beat for anybody who wants to try. So yeah, we'll just continue going down next for a bit instead of sub next, since we don't have that many subs in, and Nukakaza got played earlier, so. Hopefully that's fine for now. We'll kind of reevaluate that as we go, but we're still fairly early on, and in general, everybody, whether you are a sub or not, of course, after I clear your level, you are very welcome to resubmit while the queue is still open. But Gilmore / Melonrind is going to send me Riptide Rush, a level from September 2019 where you navigate the draining Brondo Reservoir. Let's see what that's all about. given that it is in the SMB3 pipe theme, the equivalent of force theme with the moving water. We'll see how that concept is being put to use. This was, of course, in the days before Frog Suit. Oh, okay, you do need to beat the water level. Kind of reminds me of the 3D World level, in fact, with which I believe was Gilmore's, with also a rising and falling water mechanic. Love how you're actually going to outpace the bloopers as they die. Go over the spike top, kind of like that. Very satisfying to just get over the water level as the surface comes down exactly when you need it to. Okay, I saw that coming in, yet I didn't get to jump accurately. And next GM, if you actually manage to stay late enough, I do tend to get to everything in the queue, usually. I mean, I also tend to close the queue long before I actually finish the stream. Like, usually after I close the queue, I tend to go for another 2 hours or so, depending on how long the levels are. So for everybody who actually stays, I mean, I pretty much always manage to get through the whole queue. I don't like to advertise that too much in case I can't keep that as a promise, but, you know, we do tend to do it. Nope, need to hit the on-off switch. Totally did see it coming because we saw it when we were scrolling on the way down, but I just didn't think to anticipate it. So yeah. So this is kind of interesting, and that's the vertical zone here, if you look at it. The camera is something that is not an auto-scroll camera, but because the water level is moving at constant pace, everything does feel very consistent in terms of when the opportunities to get into the next segment are going to arise. Because you're only going to have certain opportunities to be jumping out of the surface of the water as it goes down. And so the timing in this level is kind of synchronized around a few choke points, as it were. And so it has a really consistent feel to it, even though it is a level that has the player-controlled standard camera. Yeah, you're never going to swim above the spike top. You do need to get the jump. But then the spacing is constrained in such a way that everything will just kind of happen pretty consistently. And yeah, Arrow is going to give you the on-off, and then we need to get out of here to the up pipe pretty early before everything drains. But then, no, that's actually just a bit of a fake out, unless you are a speed player, of course, in which case you might be able to do that much more effectively. Anyway, great level. Very satisfying. And yeah, as you can see, I'm behind a speed record by quite a bit, and you can see where the optimizations are going to come from. Like with that final entry into the pipe at the end. And Ego Sensei, don't worry about skips. I mean, unless you mean, you know, feel free to exit it early or something. But, you know, we'll pull it up and we'll see when we get to it. Okay, Flint the Dad, if you are still present, please check in and we will pull you up quickly. Just going to check what's going on with the chat list right now. I think Flint the Dad may have disappeared on us, but in that case, we'll just move on further down the queue. So currently, this is the state of the list. And So yeah, with no check-in from Flit to Dad, we will move on to Eigo Sensei. If it's actually pronounced Eigo. Okay, let's just do a quick removal here. And continue. B3D8 TQ F DG. That's right. Golden Ridge. Very new level. Thank you for offering me first clear. Sometimes a good chance that somebody who is watching will just snatch the first clear before I'm able to get to it, but that's okay. You're all welcome to race me to that if you want. You only get 2 wall clings. Ah, yes, you were asking me about cat mechanics earlier. Wall jump as you're ascending to bypass the cling. Okay. We'll see if I remember that. Sometimes when I'm kind of tracking the cat mechanics in terms of when the climb is available, I can lose track very easily, so we'll see how it goes. I reached the goal as Cat Mario. Okay, it's fine. Interestingly enough, I think we can swipe some of this stuff. I think it's just decorative, but... no, I do need to reach it as Cat Mario. I believe that this just gets you stuck, so you do need to... let's scout this out. It looks like it's going to be getting on the wall and then getting onto the semi-solid so you can climb on the bottom of it. Maybe. And then you can dive from that top position. You don't actually need to do the climb, I think, as long as you do the dive sort of on the right side of that curve, so... nope, climbed up a little too far there. I was hoping to get a nice crisp wall jump off of that, and I was a bit late on it, so... nope, do need to cancel out of that. Because of the question block. I think that's the way it works. Anyway, let's check this. Because if I slam into the question block with a dive... No, you can still climb out of that, as long as you have climbs remaining, which... In that case, I don't think I did. Yeah, as you can see, because of the way that I already expended my climb, partly on the left side, I just need to make sure I release the... Oh, I don't know. I have to press against the wall to get the wall jump, though, so... Let me think about this for just 1 second. This level is based off Celeste. I feel like the intro text was trying to warn me about this when it came to the wall jumps expending climb. Yeah. I think what's going to happen is that I do need to wall jump off of the very end there, but that would require me to get into a bit of a higher position, I think. So, let me check one thing, actually. Climb. Climb. And then, yeah, 2 climbs. That's even after the cling. And it includes wall jumps. Since wall jumps always require you to press. So the question will be... yeah, I think I just need to avoid the wall jump on the left side and just go directly. But... can that be done? Whoops. First of all, we need to jump. This level is based off of Celeste. Yeah, I can tell, actually, with the wall cling mechanics. I'm still kind of thinking about this. I feel like if I go off of the bottom block directly, let's... No, not enough room. Then I need to... yeah, just need to figure out how to reset my position here. One thing that could happen is... no, obviously not. Like, I need some kind of location to refresh the cat, I think. And yeah, there might be something about the wall jump interaction that I'm not quite seeing here. I feel like maybe I need to just wall jump immediately off the left side. Whoops. Or do something with a dive interaction that I haven't... Yeah, okay, so no, that'll work actually. If you go wall climb directly to the left, that will do it. And just avoid the central position completely. Once we do it, of course. That actually will work. But once again, I do need to get to jump early enough to not die. Nope, once again, too high position. Bumping my head against that wall. I do need to just jump out of that pretty much immediately. Yeah, just need to figure out the timing, and even once the donut block drops off screen, there is a little bit of a safety margin where I'm still alive and able to jump out of that, but we can't rely on it too heavily. Once again, just not getting the jump. But yeah, I feel like diving into the left side is not a bad idea. I'm just falling off before the jump input. That's the issue there. Because I'm going too far off the edge. Nope. But it's clearly a doable approach. Yeah, I should actually dive into that to get the cling. That's okay, it's just going to require a couple of attempts to get some of the spacing correct. Especially with the way that I am pretty low down. In terms of trying not to bump my head. Okay. This was working previously. In terms of getting onto the left side wall with the first jump. I think that is necessary. I think I just can't approach the center at all. There we go, finally. Okay, good. The scroll stop is just going to give me one room at a time, hence the feel that is, again, kind of like Celeste. I feel like I will definitely need to drop onto the right side of the first flower wall, because that's going to give me the thwomp activation, as well as give me the opportunity to land on the thwomp in order to refresh the ability to climb. So, for example... Oh, no. Okay, lost my opportunity to do that. I feel like I do want to land on a thwomp on the right side, is what I'm saying. Because otherwise I may be in trouble after that. So let me see. We'll need to get back to that first, obviously. Nope, too high. Okay, we'll just fix that up with time. Playing a little too scared of that low ceiling, I think. There we go, it's not that hard. Okay, so if I go immediately kind of up to this question block position there and climb up slightly, I should be able to activate the thwomp as well as climb and get on the thwomp on the other side. Alternatively... nope. Yeah, that doesn't quite give me the clearance I need, but... Anyway, let's scout ahead of this. Yeah, you get on top of the thwomp. Thwomp is going to hit, however, getting on top of the thwomp will allow me to do a cat dive over to the right side. But then eventually I need to figure out how to get up to the clouds, which I think is just going to be... Yeah, jump up off of the right side wall and have a wall jump remaining. Whoops, that's a mistake. Yeah, the first jump just kind of feels like one block too tight, I think. It's partly a matter of the camera positioning, just from not being able to see my takeoff location. But we'll fix it. I mean, that is what playtesting is for. But yeah, it's just that I can't see my takeoff point, and it just feels like the ceiling is one tile too low. And again, I know that it's partly because you're building everything on the bottom half anyway, just to constrain everything to one screen with no camera movement. So you only really have that much vertical space to work with. I find it kind of interesting, too, that you're not using slopes at all, and so the corners are a legitimate threat, like the top corners when you bump into the ceiling. Whoops. But I guess partly that's an aesthetic thing, to give this whole place a jagged look. Yeah, still falling off. That's okay, we'll just get this eventually. Yeah, it does feel like I'm kind of rolling the dice on the first jump a little bit in terms of being able to get in position on any given attempt, but when I can get on that wall, things will go well. And yeah, it's just that I keep spilling over before I hit to jump because I think I'll bump my head against the ceiling. And I just can't see how far I'm going. But we'll see if I can get this to happen. Yeah, also I guess, well, it's sort of interesting that you say you're stuck in your Maker 1 days when this level is so dependent on the scroll stop. That was introduced in Maker 2, so clearly you can't be that stuck. Okay, let's just go quickly and... oh, no, missed. Yeah, because I need to get on top of the thwomp and then go over and then dive. It is absolutely necessary to get on top of the thwomp, though. I think there's no question about that. Nope. Netcat, finally a cat level? Yeah, I guess we don't see them that commonly these days. Saw a lot of cat levels early in Maker 2, of course, when everybody was still mostly trying out the new stuff. I think the cat suit is in kind of a weird place where there is a lot of fun that you can squeeze out of the advanced tech in ways that are difficult to explain to players who are newer to the cat suit. And so if you presume a fair bit of experience with it, there's a lot that you can do with it, but you know, in terms of whether people know the various swipe interactions or cancels or hear the budget that you have on the wall climbs that you can do. Like, if you know that stuff going in, a lot of cat design is full of potential. Nope, I just missed. Sort of interesting, though, that final jump there. I wonder if I should just go directly with his first jump, but I don't think so, given the placement of the wall. Whoops. The problem with the first jump is that it became muscle memory too. Yeah, it has not done that to me yet. But yeah, it's sometimes surprising what turns out to be the point of difficulty that you don't necessarily think to check. Nope. Yeah, it is awkward at first, especially because it is something that as something original to the 3D World theme. There is no 2D precedent for it. Like, the first time you're ever using this item is in Mario Maker, unlike things like the cape, where people might have a lot of Super Mario World knowledge that they bring in with them. Okay, let's drop in here. I think this is just going to be one massive dive. We just do this, and then do a huge dive. Oh, not like that. Yeah, because the catsuit controls so differently from how it does in 3D World, and there is no sort of original game to fall back on in terms of how it's going to work, right? And so, like some of the 3D World elements, but the catsuit especially, I think, it does have a much steeper initial learning curve. Even though technically a lot of the other power-ups are original to Maker as well, kind of like how the P-Balloon isn't the original P-Balloon, it's something that is kind of totally new in terms of how it works. And climb all the way up to the clouds, yeah, that's what I did on the most recent attempt, where I got that far. And I did notice it that time. I just didn't notice it the first time. Oops. So yeah, we'll just see if we can make this work and get a little bit further. Again, I can see that it's obvious to me that you didn't think that this jump would be that difficult. Like, I can tell just from the difficulty tuning of all of the stuff that comes after it that you would not necessarily have thought that this would be that much of a stumbling block. Also, I don't know if you were testing this with stick or D-pad. Sometimes that can make a difference, depending on the player's fluency, especially with rapid changes in direction. I am playing with D-pad. I don't know if it makes a difference here, but with some other levels that have a lot of rapid aerial adjustments, it can. You also never dive to the left wall. Yeah, I was already kind of reconsidering that. I didn't think I would get enough height. Because there's definitely a strong incentive for that flower in the middle to be going early. But if I'm going early, you see, that's the problem I run into. There I was jumping out of it too late. But if I try to get under the first wall any earlier, I do run into that issue where I'm falling off the donut block before I jump, just from lack of visibility. So. Yeah, maybe that if you designed this around a much snappier left to right adjustment, that could make a difference. Although, as you said, you didn't expect that I would be taking the left wall. I don't think D-pad or stick makes a difference if you're just going directly. But yeah, I practically don't know how to play this game with the stick, apart from some things like balloons and rock suits. So yeah, we'll just try to make this work. I didn't expect I would have this much trouble with the first jump either, but obviously, I mean, I still like this method better than trying to go directly, I think. Because I don't think I'm comfortable enough with the spacing otherwise. So yeah, we'll just try to get a good attempt in here and get past this, because when I get past this jump, things go pretty smoothly after that. Like, none of this stuff is that much of a threat. As long as my jump locations are good, which I guess the question blocks are partly there to signify that. They're part of the artwork, but they also give you a kind of visual anchor for the point at which it's too late to jump. Yeah, I see what you mean about not diving into it, because if you hug it quickly, then you can just get on it. I find that if you're hugging it quickly anyway, I mean, if I'm close enough to do the wall cling, the dive isn't going to take me that far down, but it is going to speed things up a little bit to help me with my accuracy. If you see what I mean from what I did just now, for instance. Okay, dive across, there we go. Yeah, let's just try to dive all the way. That will not be it. I think I need to slide down the left wall first. Slide down the left wall without climbing. Okay, there we go. Much better. Much, much better. Whoops. Mistake. And welcome, Electrodude. So yeah, if we can clean up the first jump much more consistently, then we'll get some good attempts in. Okay. Let's try to do this. Whoops, nope, didn't activate the thwomp. That was a mistake. Just went too high there. Okay, much better. Nope, too high. Yeah, I find that definitely, even if I am sort of completely knowledgeable in catsuit interactions, that it's very easy for me to do accidental climbs sometimes when I'm preparing for a wall jump, since in all of the other styles, or with all of the other items, my habit is to just, you know, press against a wall indefinitely to slide down as I prepare to wall jump, right? And so the climb does have a way of catching me off guard sometimes, even when I have absolutely every reason to expect that it is coming. And yeah, that kick, I was kind of surprised with stick controls as well. I think it might partly be a generational thing. But I was especially surprised to find that so many Kaizo players, for instance, would use the stick, given that, you know, if you're playing Super Mario World ROM hacks, surely you don't use the stick, right? Like, if you're a ROM hack player, that would surprise me. Okay, not enough of a jump there. I'd need to kind of curve under the second question block from the left, in terms of the top row. Okay, that's going a lot better. Much better now, in fact. And yeah, so the question blocks, they look like they're just aesthetic, but they actually do give you some useful visual guidance for your maximum point, I guess. It's a difficult leap. I'm a little bit too low for it, but I think that idea is correct in terms of reading the question blocks as a kind of guidepost for where a lot of the climbs should be happening. Oops. And yeah, the catsuit wall jump is definitely going to just change the way you wall jump, I think. For sure. Oh, whoops. Okay. It's sort of interesting to see how standard wall jump mechanics now feel, considering that they were only introduced to the series back in NSMB DS. The original NSMB. The 2D series, that is. But actually, even when I went back to Mario 64 in All-Stars, I had completely forgotten that 64 doesn't really have the modern wall jump 3D, and that has that wall kick. Because I think back when I originally played Sunshine, it didn't really register with me that Sunshine was where the kind of modern rendition of the wall jump mechanic actually started. Yeah, the question blocks aren't really guides, but I find that it at least allows me to remember what position I had last time. So, at least I can kind of keep a mental record of how I should be adjusting from one attempt to the next, if that makes sense. Whoops. Because then I can at least visualize how far up I am. And if I'm telling myself, okay, I'm too low or I'm too high, then I kind of know what visual reference to be watching. Okay, here we go. So yeah, I feel like, oh no, way too low. But yeah, I need to get as high as I possibly can without bumping into corners on the way down. There we go, getting a lot more practice in. Now, okay, that's still kind of not quite coming together in terms of the wall timing. I mean, you do need to start fairly low to activate the thwomp in the first place. But... or just stand to the right of the thwomp, that works too, I think. Okay, there we go. Nope. Yeah, too late. Coming out of the right side wall. And so I'm looking at it and thinking, okay, if I'm going at the question block, that's a little too late. Whoops. But yeah, as far as the wall jumps go, I mean, one thing I kind of often observe is that if you look at Super Metroid, that's going to be one of the earliest instances of a wall jump that people were really doing in 2D. And, well, unless they were, you know, playing Vega in Street Fighter or something, and he kind of had a wall jump in his own way. But Super Metroid, I find, you know, it's just about a perfect game, but if there's just one thing about Super Metroid that hasn't aged well, it's the fact that the wall jump input just wound up on the wrong side of history. But the problem is that all of the really super serious Metroid speedrunners are used to the way it works in Metroid now, right? And I know they actually swapped it in Samus Returns, finally. I don't remember if they swapped it in Zero Mission or Fusion. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think Zero Mission had the wall jump, but it's been too long since I last played it. On the third room, you have to dive from the starting platform. Okay, I think I wrote that off too early because the first time I tried it, it seemed way out of position. That's a bad habit of mine sometimes, that, you know, if something doesn't seem like it's going to work positionally the first time I try it, sometimes I just give up on it far too early. Because, yeah, my first time getting to the third room, I think that's what I tried, if I recall, but it just didn't seem like it would reach. And so I thought I would get a better arc not diving from the starting platform. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I'll stay on this a little bit longer, Ego Sensei, but... And, you know, it's kind of nice to have the incentive of first clear being available. But if I'm not able to get it very soon... You're able to resubmit it, of course. And quite welcome to. But... I will probably move on from it for now. I mean... That's partly because I just burned way too much time on the first jump here, but that is on me. Okay, let's just try it again. Whoops. I mean, as a clear condition level, I don't imagine it's too long anyway, in terms of the number of rooms. Whoops. And that Petit Raptor, welcome. I will be closing the queue fairly soon. As I said, people who are already in will get played if you stay. But I will be closing up probably by the time I'm finished with this one, so this will more or less be last call. And so Petit Raptor, thank you for submitting Bowser's Castle Very Hard Expert. And yeah, if Ego Sensei, you're planning to rework it anyway, I'd be happy to see additional versions. So let me just try to get at least one more good attempt in to the later rooms, so I'm not just dying repeatedly on the first jump. Took you an honest year to upload it. Well, you did say you'd been kind of dipping in and out of this game on and off, so... Yeah, I hope that this was at least a useful playtest when it comes to giving you some information to work with. But yeah, let's try to get at least one good attempt. And by good attempt, I mean getting past the first room. And indeed past the first jump. Nope. Yeah, that time I probably didn't need to dive. I was coming in too low for that. Okay, that's better. No, way too low, actually. I seem to have climbed below the question block. Okay, much better. Much, much better. Okay, that worked. So I need to dive from the first part. Wow, that angle doesn't look like it's going to go at all, to be honest. Oh, never mind. There we go. Progress. Okay, so we need to go left. Bounce, but not bounce too high. And then dive. Nope, not quite. But it seems like bounce followed by dive is going to work fine. I should not do a high bounce because the high bounce will always get me into the spike. So we'll conclude there for now. I'm glad I got to the fourth room and we made a decent amount of progress. But yeah, let's take a look at the rooms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay, it actually just uses all 10 screens. All 10 screens on a clear condition level. Yeah, definitely the first jump is a big roadblock to that. And then I found that once I was past the first jump, then if I kind of know what pattern I'm going for, the difficulty tuning seems pretty reasonable. If that difficulty kind of remains as is, 10 rooms, it's going to be challenging, but doable. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Tomorrow. You want Toad to die next instead. Yeah, we'll switch to that in just a moment. And I'll also mark some of these as redeemed, so we actually have those checked off. And then I will pull up the queue. Like I said, I am going to close at this point. Sometimes, if it turns out all the remaining levels are really short, or if it turns out everybody ditched, then we sometimes have room for a few more at the end for the people who stay until queue closing, but I can't guarantee that. So, let's take a look at the list. Okay. And let's close up for now. I'll just mark the stream accordingly. And yeah, thank you for that, Ego Sensei. Aegis Cook, if you would like to check in, we will do yours in just a moment. While I update my stream title and the bot display to properly reflect that closure has happened. So yeah, we'll punch a code in just a moment. Let me just do some of the back-end maintenance. And refresh Warp World bot. Ego Sensei, in the event of multiple change character requests at once, I do try to at least have one level per character. But yeah, we'll see how long this one takes. I at least want to let Next GM see Toad in action for a bit first. But then your request is in queue, and we'll make sure we get that afterwards. So yeah, we don't just switch immediately without actually having seen the character. Otherwise, it'll just be an endless bidding war, which, well, I mean, if you want to spend your points that way, okay. But yeah, so Ego Sensei, do remind me later if I forget, because the request to switch back to Luigi might hang around for a while. But here's Mishmash Maze, a very high clear rate, and very nice thumbnail, by the way. Second of a set of classic SMB3 design courses, as you can tell from that number 2 next to the palm tree. Beautiful looking palm tree. Okay, let's play. And yeah, Electro Dude, thank you for coming by, even if you are just going to go and lurk. Oh, that's okay. You cashed in your points. We'll do it eventually. Okay, this definitely feels like SMB3. The purple pipe usage here. You don't have fire jumping around here just yet, though. I kind of expect that something similar will happen, even if the only thing that really does that is the chomp pattern in Mario Maker. Okay, jump that guy, collect some coins. Probably some kind of navigational maze that we'll deal with in good time, so let's pay attention to some of the placements here. And just keep pushing forward for now. Now the thing about... Well, first of all, the Tanuki suit's going to help quite a bit. But the thing about hitting question blocks, too, is that it allows me to mark locations where I've been. Yeah, let's just not run into too much death here. Okay, this actually allows me to fly. Not very far, though, as you can tell. So let's just go to the right over here. And okay, this is going to get me stuck. However, might as well check. Just to mark my territory. Well, I mean, Ego Sensei, you know, like... I think you know what I'm getting at in terms of... not just the SMB3 art style, but the fact that it mimics a specific kind of level layout from within that style. I mean, that's kind of why they put the purple pipes, of course, in the desert theme here to begin with. It's just to replicate that grid-like look. I'm getting enough Tanuki leaves here that I sort of wonder if it's going to be useful as part of the progression path. You do at least need mushrooms to punch through some of that stuff. Okay, let's just fly around a bit. Yeah, it is going to be item-based progression to get through the maze. Over there. That's important information to know that item-based progression with a Tanuki suit actually does matter. And okay. Oh, that's it. But I am going to fly around just to see that top position here to see if there's anything interesting. I always check. And here we are. Okay. Well, it's a maze. Not really that much of a mishmash. But we'll take it. We'll mark that as a win, and we will do the switch back to Luigi. And yeah, very nice traditional level. Really something that tries to imitate the SMB3 feel. I know that Ages also has like some kind of SMB3 centric super world that we have not played. I guess if you really wanted to plan a shortcut or something, you could just look at the previous screen, although what it wouldn't necessarily tell you is the leaf placement that is necessary in order to get you through to the end. World record holder has doubled the clear check time, so I think people have not really been trying. But again, this is a very new level, very few clears so far. Switch back to Luigi, and then... Timorio, I am pretty sure you're here, given that you just dropped me a follow. But yeah, let's acknowledge your check-in and XQNGS18YF. Capital. Help Mario live the dream. Collect all accessible non-frozen coins. Okay, so... yeah, you're going to have a clear condition on it. I guess if it's saying all accessible non-frozen coins, maybe it is actually like an at least condition, but which, you know, can only be met if you collect everything that you're allowed to get. Obviously, it won't be a collect all if you have things like the coins that are stuck inside the type locations, like you see in the cover image, with that dollar sign. Wow, 5-minute record so far, so... with a clear condition on this, I think time may in fact be of the essence. But we'll see how it goes. Reach the goal after grabbing at least 42 coins, because of course that will just pay your bill at the restaurant at the end of the universe. Okay. Let's see what's going on up here. Door. Keeping track of my path so far. Alright, so that looks like it's actually the final exit. Although having a mushroom might help for something, so... yeah, Ego Sensei, it's kind of interesting that you say that, because I definitely have seen some makers that, like, in their level description, they just try to encourage you to look at their level description, because they actually have taken the time to put some pixel art in there. Here's a graveyard. Working the graveyard shift. Okay, the mole's just going to be a grave digger. I think I actually needed the mole too. What do you think about this, actually? I run off this bottom element here. But yeah, I can definitely think of at least one maker who just does pixel art on everything still. Okay, that looks like it almost makes it. But go right off the edge. Maybe it does, but let me just check. Almost. Oh, you know what? No, I can just go into door. What am I doing? Imagine that, actually just going through doors. Okay. Okay, looks like I will need to take a hit here. Alright. We'll just wait this out slightly, but, yeah, P blocks down here. Coins not really accessible here. Let's look for an on-off switch, I think. That's what we're going for here. And yeah, let's go through a door. No fire flower yet, so we'll think about that as we go. Don't know if there was a power-up progression that we needed to pay attention to here. Hole is just going to respawn over there, but... Well, I know that I was blocked by an on-off switch at the top of this segment through the pipe. I know that this requires the flower. And here I know that we also need the on-off switch. But the flower is... Oh, I see. This is kind of like a factory. Where you've got the foreman or the supervisor just kind of watching as the other Koopa Troopas just dump one flower after the next. Ego Sensei, you also play on ISC. Okay, so... Yeah, recently, we have to plug this for just a moment. And Reebox, welcome in. So, Ego Sensei, a lot of the people who play on ISC obviously went back during the pandemic. Some of them who hadn't had accounts there for about a decade, but a lot of us have migrated over to Woogles, which was newly developed for a lot of streaming-friendly purposes. And so, I mean, ISC is still actually fairly active. I do, in fact, play on ISC at least once a week with a group off-stream. But if you used to play on ISC, you should definitely take a look at Woogles. And okay, so let me see if there's something else about the progression that we haven't understood in terms of having the mushroom available. The mushroom, of course, gets peeled off in the second door, but I wonder if there is some way that I can make it up top. It really does seem kind of suspicious here that this is just barely out of reach. I also kind of wonder if there's a way that I can escort them all. But not by killing it, obviously, but we will think about it. No, it looks like that is going to be out of reach. This one too. What have I not picked up on? Yeah, I have to revisit some of this in case there's something I can break that I just haven't seen or thought about. Well, obviously, yeah, I've got a mushroom. What am I doing? Right, because I even had a mushroom coming in last time. I think I was just distracted by all the coins. Okay, so never mind. That was simple. We'll just eventually have to keep it in mind when we do the clear properly, because right now I'm burning tons of time. Looks like we will need to take a hit over here. And yeah, so can't really activate the POW here yet, so we will need to take advantage of the fact that the on-off switch has been activated and just go back to the original door. And yeah, because with ISC, a lot of the player-based dwindling would be as a result of a lot of the mass migration over to Woogles. It did kind of boom again last year because of people needing a place to play when things kind of shut down in terms of over-the-board clubs with the pandemic. We might as well just make the jump. I mean, it has to be safe, right? Okay, maybe not. I was kind of curious about that. Let's follow the path that we've established so far. Yeah, okay, I see now. Because the P-switch allows you to basically carve your way forward, and you would need to grab another mushroom and come back. That's why I didn't notice the mushroom interaction previously. But if we go back with the P-switch... Oh, hey, this is kind of interesting. Just maintain the P-switch and see if anything interesting happens anywhere. And, okay. And yeah, so Ingo Sensei, a lot of the, well, not a lot, but I would say that there is kind of a Scrabble streaming scene that has really started up just within the last few months. I'm not one of the bigger channels running it. There are much better players who stream the game in both lexicons now. But I can definitely pass you on to some of that if you're interested. Oh, okay, no, let's go back to the P-switch room. Yeah, because there are some people who are just top level players who stream these days. And they can be quite a lot of fun to watch. Okay, let's drop down here. And yeah, on-off switch has been activated, so let's go back and see what's going on with that room that looks down from up high. I think actually I just need to grab the mushroom, come back, and with a mushroom in hand, can I progress? Yes, I can, so that'll be the idea. Just grab more mushrooms. I don't need that top room. That is way out of the way just yet, I don't think. Whoa, okay. We got sniped by the fish there. Looks like it was something that was previously spawn blocked by on-off. Way out of sight. Unless just failed to notice it. And okay, it looks like this guy was probably blocked previously as well. I think I can probably jump him. Get on top of the cloud. Oh, no, not like that. Let's just redo this. This is clearly accessible, though. Okay, let's go up. And, okay, everything's going to be out of reach, so never mind. Like this little, mock coin heaven, though, that's going on. Is TWL still widely used as it appeared to be? Yeah, I mean, I still play most of my games with it. I do play a few Collins games, but I'm not as good in the Lexicon. There has been more of a drift of North American players towards Collins in the last 10 years or so, I would say. I lost a mushroom. But yeah, definitely the TWL scene. They call it NWL now for a couple of reasons. Mostly just a change in editions and ownership and such. But TWL and NWL are the same thing, basically. They just started calling it NWL around 2018, I think. For those who are not following the conversation at all, we're just talking about the dictionaries that are in use in club and tournament Scrabble play. Because due to the very complicated intellectual property situation with Scrabble, like basically in half the world, the game is owned by Hasbro, which has a contract with Merriam-Webster, and in the other half of the world, the Scrabble IP is owned by Mattel, which has a dictionary contract with Collins. And so there are two different official dictionaries, depending on which region you play in, often. And it's massively confusing new players, unfortunately. Okay. I think I can probably just do this, yeah. It's not really a gang war, actually. It's surprisingly cooperative. Like, because the sort of Mattel and Collins dictionary is something that includes almost 100% of the other dictionary, like, there's definitely a lot of movement towards everybody just adopting the bigger dictionary. But as you might imagine, for players who have kind of spent all their lives playing tournaments in one dictionary, they're very reluctant to switch because they've already invested so much time in mastering one versus the other. And they actually do affect the game in some pretty noticeable ways. So the smaller dictionary, which is the one we call TWL or NWL, which is the dominant one in North America, because it's a smaller dictionary, it actually affects some things like defensive strategy. Don't forget to hit all the coin blocks, yeah, for the clear condition. I keep forgetting stuff like that. Ah, POW block actually gets you through here. I like this POW interaction here. That's kind of neat. And there we go. You do need to be tall for some of this. And then, oh, I am going to lose this again, aren't I? Lose the shroom unless I find some way to pop back in. Yeah, I will have to lose the shroom. But then eventually I come back, hit all the coin blocks, and also drop in right side again. Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth to grab more mushrooms, but I guess that's partly the routing problem that's introduced by the time limit here. And, you know, Eiko Sensei is kind of funny because there is a surprising amount of crossover between Scrabble and Mario Maker for some reason. That I do have a lot of people from one end or the other always sort of finding to their astonishment that I do both, because it turns out they are also interested in both. But here we go. Yeah, still missing one pink coin, but I guess we just need to progress through the rest. Yeah, so the back and forth to grab the mushroom, I think, definitely is something we need to take into consideration when planning a route over here. Yeah. So yeah, one thing, of course, Eiko Sensei, if you haven't played in a while, that only came up within the last year, is that the change has not gone into effect on ISC yet, but with TWL, or NWL, whichever, as of 2020, they started taking out some of the offensive words. Not all of the offensive words, but just the ones that are like considered ethnic slurs and so on. And I think the Collins Dictionary is also doing that soon. Like, I know it was kind of a long-standing consensus that, like, if you're playing the competitive dictionaries, you can play all the offensive words you like. But they started rolling that back, very controversially, as you might imagine. Okay, let's see what's going on with the key door. So yeah, that's something that's only happened very recently, and as I said, it has not gone into effect on ISC. Very psychedelic, this room here. Anyway, we're almost certainly going to time out before we actually grab all the coins in this run, but particularly because I haven't actually seen the ending gate yet. But at least we have solved part of the routing problem. And I'm missing 6 coins, okay. And yeah. But other than that, though, if you haven't played in a long time, there have been a fair number of additions to all of the dictionaries. Yeah, I'm going to run out of time, but let's see what the exit is like so we know what is going on in terms of the final obstacles and the... Oh, you know what? Okay, so collecting this many is fine. It's just that I'm unable to go forward unless I hit a P-switch. So I think the idea is that I break everything here, I hit the P-switch, then I go through as fast as I can. But of course we'd need to get rid of the muncher first. So yeah. So let's route through this a little bit faster this time. I can see where the 5-minute clear time is coming from. Okay. But we can also see that the coin collection at least is accounted for. There were still coins on a conveyor piece which will block it. I'm not able to run through the conveyor anyway, though, as it is right now. Good eye on the Gravedigger and the Foreman and crew. Yeah, I mean, I played enough aesthetic levels that I will sometimes keep my eyes peeled for that stuff. I still don't really know on the whole what kind of work site we're in. What is the title of this? Oh, just Capital, yeah, okay. Anyway, let's go down here. And up we go. Okay. And back down. Now we just go back. Avoid the fish bones. Grab another shroom. And as long as I don't have too many inaccuracies here, we should be able to make something happen on the next pass. But yeah, the conveyor segment with the double speed conveyors is long enough that I don't think I can actually make it through. But we'll see. I might not be thinking about that correctly. But we'll just try to loop around this whole thing and get things back together again. Okay, gotta grab that coin. And we'll just tap all of these guys here. Okay, and back we go. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the run back and forth to grab the mushroom. I think it's one of those things where, like, if you see it once and you understand the mushroom location, then you're not really solving anything new the next few times you go back, right? Like, basically the mushroom is far enough that it does feel like it's a little bit of busy work to go back and forth, especially because there aren't that many threats other than the fish bones that are going to hit you along the way. Blue Alice, welcome. Ego Sensei, the rating system is kind of within the same range in that, like, a lot of people are going to fall under, but, you know, fall sort of within 1,000 to 2,000 range, but it is, like, the formula is very similar, I think, but obviously the body of ratings is going to be totally independent. Like, they initially start your accounts at 1,500, which I think is too high. But as you play, you'll settle into where you're supposed to be. And obviously, you know, a lot of the people who went to adopt Woogles first were generally very competitive players, but there are increasingly a lot of newer players coming in, including, in fact, Blue Elvis, who just came in. Blue Elvis is a chess streamer who has also been streaming Scrabble as a relative newcomer, in fact. And Blue Elvis, we were just talking to one of the people in my chat here, Ego Sensei, who came in the Mario Maker side and turned out to be somebody who used to play Scrabble on the Internet Scrabble Club. And yeah, ISC, they started at 0. But ISC, I think, also has a bit of an issue sometimes with, you know, when you're kind of bullying your way through to people in the lowest ratings. Like, a lot of people just think that even decently competent players are people they should accuse of cheating or whatever, and because basically you beat up on all these, you know, 0 to 500 players on your way up, and because on ISC you have that rating restriction on pairing sometimes that people set for themselves. So yeah, I think, you know, in terms of initial seeding, 0's too low, 1500 is probably too high. And yeah, Blue Elvis, unfortunately my queue is closed for now because I'm trying to get through the rest of the pile. If I finish early, I might reopen, but would definitely love to see some of your levels sometimes. I should get your maker code at least at some point. But anyway. But yeah, we run this viewer level session fairly regularly on the Friday to Saturday and Saturday to Sunday streams, depending on time zone. And okay. Yeah, once again, going to hit this, and then let's see what's going on with the P-switch. The P-switch is not accessible, so the conveyor belt will not have anything to do with that. Oh, I forgot to actually grab all the coins off the Fireflower room on the outside. Your levels are not intended to be beaten. Okay, interesting. I mean, a lot of things can fall into that category, so... You thought you had your level pinned before it began when I called it a Marxist level, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't see this proletariat here rising up yet, so... Anyway, let's get in through here. Yeah, I see what you mean about the mushroom and its tedium now, in terms of, you know, making this some kind of parable of labor exploitation. But okay. Anyway, into the 30 coin room we go, and then we have 42 coins, but I think I just take damage here, actually. I guess I was so tight on time last time that I didn't consider just doing that. We have more than enough coins to work with. But let's see what this drop is all about, whether... Oh, and then, yeah, we just kind of work ourselves to the bone. And there we go. Yeah, thank you for that, Timorio. Entertaining in his own way. I guess Mario lived a dream, you know? He just collected his coins, and that was all there was to life. Block out of the factory, and that's it. Kind of interested to see your clear check time, in fact. 3:41, yeah. I mean, I guess we did have 10 more coins than we needed at the end of that, so... There are ways to optimize that further. Also love the bit with the coin heaven. That's just totally out of reach. I like having that as an Easter egg for just exploring what to do with the cloud. And yeah, Ego Sensei, I can definitely see that if somebody just very unwisely dangled OEAU next to the double letter score that's on triple lane, that is just asking you to make a massive comeback. I know exactly the kind of positioning you're talking about. That would be a gigantic score, actually, now that I think about it. Like, well over 100 points. Okay, Nukaza, if you are still here, let's take a look at your second one of the day. It's going to give you a moment to check in here. Now, is that an S or a 5? That is an S. Okay. Little Peebaloon plays with Goombud, too. Collect red coins with Goombud. Pretty reasonable clear rate by the looks of it. And Antinode just being a Peebaloon speed demon as usual. That 4-minute world record. Okay. Yeah, so we hit this, and then Goombud gets carted down, and then we pop it over. Pop it over like this. Lots of gentle refreshes on additional Peebaloons if we need them. Bump it like this. Okay, pretty neat. Oh, I see why there's a fairly high clear rate, is because if you do this poorly, you do have that massive conveyor belt reset on the bottom. Let's wait for the donut blocks to come back. Okay, that's gonna work. And then the bomb is just going to go through, so we should be fine from here, I think. Goombud has probably done what we need it to, since I do see the path to the door, so... And... okay, so Team Peebaloon, and it's going to be a multi-checkpoint setup, so... let's just see every room. Okay, so yeah, these are just the different rooms that we had to work with. I guess the recommendation is probably to do the 1 coin... oh, no, it's just because these are doors, so there's 1 coin, and then the pipe entrances of 2 coins because they're too wide. Anyway, like having the coin indications anyway is a bit of a memory aid for what we've done on this attempt, anyhow. Okay. That's going to be the claw grab, then we come down here and... whoops. Not quite. Not quite. Let's bump this again. Salvageable, at least. Yeah, pretty neat, actually. The margin of error on this is actually pretty generous as well. Now let's bump this a little bit forward so the claw grab will actually happen. Then... yeah, we do need to bump it into the next pickup. But with multiple claws there, that's going to be fairly generous. I need to not drop that into the abyss like we just did. Let's see, is this room resettable? Let's just respawn this guy. Oh, whoops. Is there any particular reason to tap this on-off switch again? I'm not sure, because I don't see any on-off related setups. Whoops. So yeah, I think this is mostly just there to be a block that you can hit repeatedly. Specifically repeatedly from the side. Let's just redo this if we can. Yeah, kind of interesting to see the on-off switch being used for a very specific purpose that has nothing to do with the on-off state. Because the block actually does have a fair bit of utility like that. It's just that nobody ever thinks of using it that way. Well, I mean, or at least I see it very rarely. I'm sure other people have used it for something decent. Whoops. Okay, that was nearly a disaster, but not quite. You're using them in your new boss levels knockout Koopas, I see. Okay, we do need occasional bumps just to make sure the Goomba stays down. The Goombada, I should say. Nope. Too far forward. Yeah, we'll just redo that. And yeah, just need to be careful with the claw drops. But as long as I'm in position, when I get close enough for the drop, and just pull back a little bit to stay to the left, things should be fine. Nope. Getting a little too impatient there. Yeah, Ego Sensei, thank you for dropping by. And have a good time with your economics finals. Whoops. I'm sure after seeing Timorio's Capital level just now, it's going to be an extremely helpful review. Oops. Go. Okay. Whoops. Oh, okay. That worked surprisingly well, in fact. That could have gone disastrously, but... Alright, you know what? I actually collected a coin. That's good enough. That's all I needed to do, so... Interesting that you have two pipes here. Why is there a left pipe as well as a right pipe? Ah, okay, because it's an exit to another segment. Yeah, I'm not sure that was the most intentional juggle, but, you know, we'll take it. Not going to complain. Okay, door number 2. Whoops. So we've done claws, now let's do thwomps. I guess we'll need to escort this guy out with decent timing. Ah, yeah, thwomp is going to send it up. Now, this is one where the on-off switch may actually, in fact, matter. And yeah, because now we have to actually bop this guy. Whoops. Okay, let's just reset this. Too complicated. Yeah, let's just reset this. Okay. Nope. Okay, that'll work. Okay, we do need to go fairly quickly so the Goom does not revive too soon, and like it has there, so... We need to be a little more efficient about getting our way over to the thwomp. And whoops. Okay. Might time out on this attempt anyway. That's alright. That will just happen from time to time. Okay, maybe not quite what I wanted, but yeah, that's going to be an issue. Interestingly enough, if I had pushed forward, I would have been able to get on top of the next swamp, even with that lowered position. Oh, this is a new segment. Okay, that's fine. I meant to go back to the swamp segment, I think. We'll just... Yeah, need to push gently, but not too gently. That's okay, let's just learn this one too. And then I'll just need to remember to go back to the Thwomp part afterwards. Okay. Okay. Fairly gentle, that one. Thought it was going to go a little bit low on the final bounce, but it's actually fairly generous, just given the size of the Goomba as a projectile. Let's do the Thwomp. Yeah, that one went pretty well, actually. Okay, bump this guy. And then not get trapped on top of all the donut blocks. That's very important. Okay, let's get down here and then... Oh. I don't know if I want to loop around the bottom or loop around the top. I think looping around the bottom is actually better if I maintain full momentum, which I think I can do. But I haven't quite determined my strategy there just yet. So. Okay. Okay, good. And then we bump. Bump again. And then send this guy over and then bump. Not quite. Well, got most of it away. That did not quite go, though. So let's reset, although, of course, after the resets... yeah, no, you're going to have the spike ball sort of maintain a consistent on-off state. Because that's going to reactivate the on-off switch by itself. So... Okay, down is fine. I need to go a bit faster than that, though, if I want to do it that way. Possibly I shouldn't do that, just given that if I just dip and then turn like that, that's much faster. Need to fly a lot better than that, though. Oh, whoops. Okay. Here we are. Yeah, much better that way. Nope, that's gonna be an issue. Yeah, previously I activated that second Thwomp from a lower position, so I wasn't really thinking about doing it that way and following the marked location with the coin up top. Okay, here we are. And that's going to work much better this time. I wonder if I can. Nope, not quite. I guess... Yeah, that isn't going to quite work out. I love how if you accidentally knock the Goomba down there, that's one way to grab that 30 coin. Or you could try to fly below, I guess, but I think that's more of a consolation prize for dropping the Goomba too early. Okay. And yeah, let's push this over. And okay, slightly over. Much better. No need to do all that loop-de-looping. that we were seeing before. Okay, let's do the left pipe, the spike ball room. And see what this is all about. Whoops. Yeah, I guess we just need to reset. TD, I guess this is Team Donut. Technically. If I'm reading that correctly. Okay. This will be a series of bumps. One twister to the next. Ah, okay. So, yeah, that's just warning me about the spike ball. This is, after all, the spike ball room, technically. And then, okay, near miss there. But we made it through safely, so... One more to go before the safety coin. This is going to be clown cars. I love the placement of that clown car under the pipe, instead of any ground tile under the pipe. Let's take a look at that again. It looks like the pipe is coming out of the clown car, which is something that looks sort of appealing in its own right. Okay, so we need to send it into the car. And then we need to, yeah, we need to lead the car up to a certain location and then bump it. Okay, interesting. And then just, yeah, have a very quick reset door here. Nope. Need to go around that. Okay. No, I just need to beat it. And lead it over to the right side. And then, yeah, just loop it down here. And then it's going to bump down low, and I lead it all the way over. Fire car next. That's going to be interesting. At least the Goom actually does stay down. What is in the clown car the whole time? No opportunity for it to come back out. Yeah, so I need to just have it break things open such that I'm eventually able to bump it into the big coin as before. So let's just open up more space so I can eventually fly back and do the bump. Quite a few projectiles to work around here though, so. Nope, this is going to be a bit of a weird position. Let's pull forward once again. And be very careful about my flight here. Whoops. Oh, no, not quite getting the bump. It's a little too close to hitting the car instead of our intended target, and that's going to be it. So yeah, just losing the aerial dogfight there at the end. Yeah, I should probably do that fairly quickly before the Muncher car gets out of control. Although, of course, with the Muncher car, I could always just bump that out of the way as well, if it is becoming too much of a nuisance. But yeah, just need to bump it on top. And then we lower and raise it. Nice usage of the bumpers here to control its position. Considering how weird a clown car behavior can be, everything feels very much under control, so... Whoops. Not quite. Okay, in we go. Should be able to get this decently soon, though. And... nope, let's not run into that bumper trouble here. Yeah, nice to just drop it against a wall and have everything go as intended. Okay, this is going to be fine, I think. Pretty generous margin of error on the drop. Whoops. Okay. This is potentially going to run into some issues. Let's lead everything over. You need to open up a bit more space, I think. And yeah, need to lead it over once more. If I can raise it, move it a little further to the right by getting rid of that obstruction. Now let's go for it. Nope, wrong way. So much for that. Okay, looks like... I mean, I can weave my way back over if I really want to keep the current attempt, but... Yeah, a bit of an oof there, but... Let's see if we can just make that one correction. Like I was saying, a surprisingly controllable segment considering all of the things that can happen with clown cars. Get over here. Whoops. Nope. Wonder if I can get it picked up again, actually. Nope, not quite. And I do have to just drop... no, I don't need to drop out. The donut block was still available. Yeah, that segment at the end with all the fire everywhere does get a little bit tricky, especially once you leave everything on screen too long and have the muncher car starting to crowd you. But it does feel manageable. It does feel like something that can be done with just a bit more caution, a little bit more accuracy. And I think I was underestimating just how much room I would have to work with in terms of bumping the Goomba from the left side. But I don't have a good intuitive sense of its falling trajectory just yet. Okay, should be able to lead it up. I don't quite like the possibility of the Goomba being bumped against a hard block, so let's try to get rid of the top row at least. Otherwise I may run into some issues. Okay, there we go. Miss. Not one that is against a wall, unfortunately, unlike some of the other ones. Okay. Yeah, I guess without the muncher card, though, you would run into the problem that with the piranhas in static positions, you would have some pretty consistent safe spots. But because the muncher card tracks you, I can see why you put it there, just to kind of have a reason to compel the player to always be in motion. I think it works with or without it, just a very different kind of difficulty that you're dealing with, either way. Because, yeah, I mean, you still need to maneuver quite a bit just to get the Goomba hit. So, getting into position for that is going to put you into danger. But I can see how you might have looked at the Piranha segment and thought that by itself it was possible for the player to be a bit too passive. hence the Muncher car. So, I mean, I don't know if the Muncher car needed to be a fire car necessarily, but it works. It's just something that's potentially tricky. Okay. Yeah, need to create a little bit more room. Oh, no. Just got bumped. And yeah, momentarily saying it has been a pretty interesting concept so far. Okay. Let's move over here. I really wanted a gentler Evelyn concepts we've seen from New Kaza, but that's because there's plenty of room to fly around, and you know, considering how claustrophobic these rooms can be, there's actually quite a lot of flexibility when it comes to your movement as the player, hence all the clown car repositioning that you can get done. Okay, on this. Nope, not like that. Yeah, you can do that too. Sure, why not? Nope, not like that. I mean, this is going to be the last room, this multi-checkpoint concept, so thank you for the patience of everybody who's currently in queue. I will be trying to close this one out, since we're reasonably close to finished. It's really just one directional hit away from making sure we got this. The levels have been great, as usual, momentarily sane. I mean, I'm always pretty pleased with the quality of submissions we get here. Whoops. Yeah, we'll definitely be trying to finish this room. Then, let's see. Wrap around here. Bump this guy. Lead the target. Okay. Probably not scroll ahead so soon, just to delay the spawning of the Muncher car for as long as I can. Kind of in a weird position here. We do want it to be up high. First of all, to clear out to the hard blocks, and secondly, because otherwise I will not be able to fire the Goomba down. Now, there's one interesting possibility here that I haven't considered, which is that if you take out the top blocks and the bottom left block, but not the top left block, that actually gives you an extra block to drop the Goomba onto, while creating enough space to knock it down to the coin. So now, given the fire pattern, I'm only going to be able to control so much. Not counting on being able to do this deliberately. But that's a possibility that definitely comes to mind in terms of trying to make that segment easier to aim. That you just take out precisely the right blocks, and no more, no less. Fine. Problem being just the clown car timing of things actually firing. That's something I'm not going to have too much control over. Whoops. Okay. Oh, let's bump this. And move it all over. Okay, there we are. lead everything over here. And whoops. Nope, let's move on over. And okay, there we go. Now let's move it up so we can demolish as many blocks as possible. Yeah, I think I do need to take out more of the top row just to create a bit more space. Oh, nope. Dang, welcome. Okay. Let's take a look over here. Man, I finally looked into Sonic Roboblast 2, which you've been telling me about repeatedly for the last little while. In terms of actually looking up what it is as a... I had actually heard of it, I'd just forgotten the title, in fact. I knew that somebody had made like a major fan-made 3D Sonic that was using some of the engine code from Doom. Would I like a tip? So there's something I should be doing differently with the final part of the flight? I don't know. Exercise your own judgment to see if I would benefit greatly from the tip, I guess. I feel like the current method is probably doable, it's just maybe not ideal. So I think that makes it a bit safer. Well, we'll see. Yeah, if you think I need it, then sure, but doesn't matter either way. I'm typically okay with figuring things out, so... Let's just see. I mean, obviously not quite getting the ideal positions here. Okay, that's great, that's great. Let's actually do it from here. I think if I just lead the piranhas out of the way and not get shot in the face. That could have been promising. But there is a lot of incoming damage. And we'll just have to make that work somehow. Okay. Pop this. All the way over here. Yeah, definitely a bit of a difficulty spike compared to the other segments in this level, that's for sure. I mean, it was, of course, placed in the rightmost position as challenge 5 out of 5, though, so... And I do like that hard block, that first hard block in the bottom left of where we are right now, as just a bit of a reminder of what you should be going for with the clown car. Okay, bump this. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, it's just one of those where, you know, doing it successfully doesn't seem especially difficult. It's just that it's very easy for things to go wrong, even with just minor incidents like what we've been seeing just now. Whoops. It's a pretty fun interaction, though. I do think you're quite right to just get as much mileage out of it as you can. Okay. Now let's drag this guy over. Great. Nope, not so great. just lead us up. So we have an advantageous position. Okay, this is not going to be great. Let's... I remember that last time when I missed with the Goomba, it did miss too far to the right. That's actually not an issue if I don't destroy the rightmost blocks, in fact. Because then at least you have a point that the Goomba can rebound against on the right side. Again, not that I have much control over what gets shot and what doesn't. It depends so much on the firing timing. Okay, bump this. And, okay. Raise this guy. Nope. Thought I'd get out of position there, and that was not the case. Yeah, slowly getting there. I hope. Last few attempts have not gone that well. But I do just need to get into the position to get a nice solid hit. Yeah, it doesn't take long to go back there, it's just that this room is where the real test begins. You want to raise the left side clown car vertically, of course, as we had done previously. Whoops. Yeah, just taking this top corner here, in fact, is somewhat safe. Let's try to lead this over. Oh, now the clown cars are just going to get in each other's way, which is maybe not what I was going for. Okay, great, great. It's going to go. Whoa, nope. Shot from all corners. Which I guess is also like basketball. Okay. Let's lead this guy across once more. And yeah, everything here pretty good so far, and then here's where it gets rough. Okay. Gonna get that shot. Good, good, good. Nope, too low. I need to get the clown car up higher. Nope. Couldn't quite see where I was off camera, but I also just spent too long turning. I'm trying to get out of there. Alright. Pump this over. And let's see here. Wait for this guy. Escort him all the way over. And I have to keep the spacing in mind when it comes to the deflection. Alright, let's try to do this. Now here's an interesting thought, that if you bump the Goomba out of this standard clown car, you still need the fire car on the other side, so I guess you can't just try to restore the standard clown car by dropping it out the bumpers and kind of re-hijacking it. Whoa, whoa. Okay. Raise this guy. Alright, that's fine. Now let's see. Yep, we got it. Now let's survive. Okay, that's it. At long last. Yeah, pretty happy with that shot. Took a long time to even take a shot. It had been a long time since I'd made any contact whatsoever in that room. I can die in the ending. Okay, okay. Let's not lose too much progress here. Oh, okay, I see. Right, because you don't want key death to be happening, right? So. Now, what would I possibly be doing with... Whoops. Oh, I see. This is already a ceiling, so no point in going... that looks like a lock risk to me, doesn't it? Oh, except you can punch your way down all the way and get Yoshi if you really wanted. This might be a terrible idea. Might be an absolutely dreadful idea, in fact. You can get Yoshi out and kill him. Yeah, that sounds very humane. And there we go. Oh, I see, because then you can bump Yoshi. And then bump Yoshi slowly. And hopefully not die along the way. There we go. Got the Yoshi kill. I hope it was Netcat. Hope you averted your eyes. Now we need to get out. I don't quite like getting out through the center there. We can just loop all the way back around. Although, I mean, you don't actually need the P-Balloon to survive. Back in the gold room, it's quite possible to just get back there as Super Mario and drop into the door. But anyway, we made it happen. Poor Yoshi. Oh, whoops. Look at all those bombs now. Bumping all over the place. Sure, let's get to 50 coin. We worked to get all the way here. Now let's not die. Okay, hard-fought win, but we got it. And once again, thank you to the extreme patience of everybody who remains in queue. Not exactly hitting that 4-minute record there. Oh, okay, now I see I misread your chat messages. You said there's a Goombud on a track, and then you can get Yoshi out and kill him. And the idea is to kill the Goombud, not to kill Yoshi. But we killed Yoshi, so... that's just how it goes. And yeah, even a clear check time... So yeah, Antinode was actually way ahead of the clear check time, but that's what Antinode does sometimes. And thank you once again for all the GGs. Natcat, if you are still here, we will punch in the next submission. Netcat, I do see you online, but if you don't check in, I'll bump you back one spot, and we'll go to next GM. IT Raptor, I think, dropped out a while ago. But we'll see how it goes. Minimum, we'll probably do the last two here. And we'll see if we have time for anything else. Yeah, if Netcat is... not here or AFK, we'll just pull up XGM. Next GM. We'll pull up GM 70. Yeah, Netcat leaving the... letting the cat gang down, I think. Oh, I had the same mistake again. I put G instead of 6 at the front. Done that twice in a row now. With into the next GM's code. Yeah, I guess it is a Netcat nap. Okay, let's take a look at number 70. Mario visits a zoo. World record from Dario Man. Anyway, Mario vows to set free the creatures in Bowser's zoo. Free them all. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Okay, well, we freed the mushrooms. They weren't actually in a cage. So we have piranhas. We have... oh, I see. So the pipes all take you to segments that are somehow related. Because eventually we'll have some kind of on-off switch that will drop everything out. And also kill the poor things in the aquarium, unfortunately. They are on tracks, though. So that's actually going to be fine. Anyway, let's just do things in order. Get into the Piranha and Muncher room first. Of course I'm going to check that. Okay, whoops. Let's get back up there. Yeah, I really do need to get into the peak of that jump. Can't actually see what's going on, but we'll take the coins and just do it that way. That was an interesting room in that it actually felt a lot like the Choco Mountain exits. Or, not mountain rather, but the Chocolate World exits, basically, in Choco Island. In the original Super Mario World. Like, there's some kind of visual similarity in terms of how the backgrounds are being done. And how the jumps feel. Anyway, going to go through the Buzzy and Spike Top room. And yep, just going to get into the various exhibits here and find the corresponding pink coins, which are for some reason going to coalesce into the security system. Whoops. That's okay, this could be redone quickly. And we will not expend all of the mushrooms at once, we'll leave some of them available in case of emergencies. Okay. Emergencies like that one. Yeah, it really does look like a nap cat. Whoops. That's okay, we'll just go for it. Hey, so much for the chomp cage. It's sloppy, but we've got the mushrooms to spare, so... we'll just take that and... see what's next. Yeah, not exactly a speed route here or anything, but... you can kind of see where some of the speed optimizations rather would be coming from. Spin jumping off a few spike tops there, perhaps. Those chomps really have it out for me. They usually do, yeah. Sick of all the times they were blown up immediately for the sake of setting up stumps for puzzles, perhaps. And here's the aquarium. Whoops. Okay, that was not the finest way to go, but... we'll just go back and see if we can fix that up. Yeah, I think the patterns here are not too bad at all. Shop room, I have a slightly harder time with, but we'll go back to it. Okay. Well, that was just a miss. Like jumping in fire to see if it burns, yeah. Pretty much, I mean, that's what this Piranha segment is for, after all. Oh, it burns. Now we know. That was not deliberate, but it was very conveniently timed. Okay, let's just jump it. That's okay. Just going to take advantage of our burning hot feet in the meantime. Speed through what else we can. Okay. 2 more to go. And yeah, that's not too bad. Nothing awaiting me up in the top half, but it's okay. Might as well check. When you do reach those locations up high, though, I mean, one thing to check is whether the camera is cooperative with giving you enough visibility to go back down. Yeah, I kind of like the speed potential of various objects that you can bounce on, just to make your way across quickly. And here's the key door. And a checkpoint, so... okay, now everything has been freed. Freedom has been achieved. But at what cost? At the cost of the Wigglers just sliding out the chomps that were riding it. Whoops. Okay, we've got checkpoint though. Yeah, it turns out that if you release all the animals from their cages, and here in the zoo, they just blend together. Turns out the purpose of keeping them caged separately by species in the first place was to prevent all of this rampant hybridization. All these mutant forms. Oh. Okay. Thought I was going to land on a blooper accurately. That was not quite the case. Okay. I mean, I guess we kind of brought that on ourselves. Thought we were doing them such a service by freeing them all at once. Okay. Let's get over here. Yeah, definitely one level where maybe we shouldn't think too hard about the lore. Oops. And there we go. That's a clear. Well, I mean, I've definitely had trips to the zoo that went a little bit better, but we'll take it. And yeah, next GM, thank you for all the submissions today. So we're going to do second and last call for Natcat to see if Natcat is indeed having a nap cat. Or a cat nap. A nat. Cat. Nap. So what I'll do, given the fact that we're doing okay on time, if Natcat is in fact taking a Napcat, and if the last one in queue, Petit Raptor actually did ditch, which I think they did, I don't have time for much more, but Mang, if you want, we can call up Mang next. Because I know you have 2 new ones since last week. And we can certainly call you in. Yeah, I probably don't have enough time to sort of open up the queue to people generally, like properly, but because, you know, I know Mang levels can take me a while sometimes. But yeah, I think Natcat will just bump. If Natcat comes back, we'll slip that level back in, but okay, going to do a quick check for Petit Raptor, who I think is gone. And Mang, if you want to plug the code in just for the bot purpose, you know, for the display, we can get that in quickly. That is probably all I can guarantee taking them. And then we'll just close on that for today, in all likelihood. Okay, so no check-in from Petit Raptor, so that's going to be a remove. Okay, here is Mang, so we may as well just do them in order and do UFO first. Unidentified flying obstacle course. Let's see what this is all about. Okay, flying blocks will get you up to the door. So, yeah. Very entity heavy, of course. That's why we don't see this kind of level all that often. Because of the way that, whoops. Every flying block, once you tag the wings on, is going to eat into the budget. Because, yeah, I used to see a couple of levels sort of, you know, using this moving structure. And there is a reason we don't see them very much. And yeah, a whole lot of shaking going on. For sure. I do need to watch out for that. Key door is, of course, going to be the second door in the top left. And so we'll just need to map out our route accordingly. It was a pain to build, yeah. Probably. I mean, I can see, first of all, budget being an issue, and secondly, just planning out some of the pathways. Okay. And okay, not gonna get squished at least. No, terrible timing. We do need everything to be drifting back to the right. Missing the first cycle there was a big part of the problem. Okay, let's go up. And yeah, if we get the first cycle accurately, things go well. If we don't, things go less well. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that that cannonball firing horizontally actually feels like it's firing diagonally, because of course that's just relative to the motion of everything else that's going on here. Nope, need to get on top of the cloud, actually. I was not watching the cloud. And the cloud that was on the left side by the leftmost blaster. Yeah, actually getting a surprising number of rooms out of this so far. Given how budget heavy every room is going to be, although I guess you're just limited to the 4 doors, at least in the main world, so. We'll just head in here and miss. Partly just from going off screen there. Yeah, I can also tell this is sort of built within a half screen. It's the camera control. Sometimes that's useful information, but not always. Whoops. Okay, this is going to be fine. Through the door we go, and we just need to synchronize a little bit better. I'm in here. Okay. Relatively smooth. Oh, here's the unidentified flying ground ice thing. Looks kind of like a Metroid. Obviously we're going to check some of this. Interestingly enough, I think you can actually go back through the pipe. Not that we have any particular reason to, unless the UFO told us so. Oh, okay, now we have red pipes. Just decorative, though. Ah, yeah, Mang Bounce. Mang Bounce in a moving situation. Okay. There we go. Yeah, and I can see why it would be a pain to build a lot of these half-tile offsets as well, given everything that you're doing here with the flying blocks. Just sort of looking at how those offsets are being set up as well. Now, the thing about this is that you can kind of hug against the blaster as you fall down and as you do a short bounce on the spring. That's probably the technique to apply here. Okay, so door placements. No, the door is just where I came in, of course. We drift all the way to the left. Then I should be able to go down like that. That's going to be fine. Nope, not quite. But if I get into the clouds, the whole structure should drift far enough to the left that I can get through the pipe that way. Okay, I do need to time this out such that you do the bounce when everything is going down, because that gives you enough room to get over to Muncher. Like that. Very smooth. And again, we need to think about timing it such that you bounce up high when everything is going down. Yeah, when it goes, the spacing feels quite nice. Yeah. But that's when things work out. As you can see, my timing is not quite right there just yet. Felt like it was a little bit late, actually, given that the Muncher was already on its way back up. Okay, here we go. Not quite. But as long as I dodge the Munchers, if I just kind of press against the Blaster once again, that will make things work. Let's not go too quickly here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it feels really accurate when you actually do it well. Yeah, I should just continue to bounce on top of the spring until the correct opportunity presents itself. That's feeling a little more consistent. Yeah, it seems like I had less trouble with that the first time I saw it. So we'll see how we can fix that up to get everything to behave. Go. No, not quite. Just had good spacing there, just decided to drift over to the right slightly too early for safety. Natcat, I can bring you back in afterwards, once I finish this one. I did skip you because I did have 2 calls for your level, but we may have time to plug yours in after, since you just fell asleep or something. We'll see how much time we have, Natcat. I might be able to squeeze it in. And depending, of course, on how soon we put this level together. And okay, here we go. Not quite. Yeah, Natcat, we couldn't decide if you were having a nap cat or a cat nap. But I'm sure it was one of the two. Okay. There we go. Felt like I was going to hit on the last one there, but... Okay, that works. Now this guy here... Not quite. I do need it to be drifting to the right, I think, in order to be a little more comfortable about the spacing. From the right wiggler to the left wigglers. Whoops. Yeah, I do need to time my way around the drift structure a little better than I'm doing now. Because the level is designed that you should be making use of compensating for that movement. Oh, not quite. Yeah, just some difficulties planning that arc sometimes. Okay, let's try to wait for the appropriate timing for once. That's okay, these mistakes will be rectified with time. Yeah, still not timing that very well. I mean, it seems like some of my best attempts there were from when I wasn't really even thinking about the timing and just going for it. I'm momentarily sane. Have I decided on the non-Mario Maker adventure we're going to go on yet? I'm going to announce it before I stream on Monday. It's yeah, I'll see if I'm going to do it. I'm not sure if I'll do it this week or next, but usually every month I try to do at least one thing that's outside of the usual schedule and is a kind of a special feature for the month. And I do have something in mind, I just don't know if I'll do it right away or just keep Monday as the puzzle stream as we've been doing, Monday to Tuesday, I should say. Next GM, do you think you get banned for having 2 crosses for gravestones with flowers? No. I mean, honestly, next GM, I've seen so many horror levels that I really don't think that's going to be an issue. Yeah, Mang, the issue with... I have to say, so you can be disappointed now instead of later. It probably won't be Sonic Roboblast 2, the reason being that streaming something that I'm simultaneously playing on my computer might be a bit taxing. I don't know if it'll actually hold up in terms of performance. Not that Roboblast 2 is necessarily that demanding, but it's the kind of thing that I would have to test out beforehand. It's something I will consider at some point, though, just to take a look and see what the fuss is about. But yeah, it always was the intention for some of the midweek bonus streams to kind of alternate between Mario Maker and some other content, like we've been doing in previous months with 3D World, as well as Ori and the Will of the Wisps. It's funny because back when I was first starting to stream, I thought it would mostly be kind of evenly balanced between Mario Maker and indie games. And then the Mario Maker 3.0 patch came out. And then there was so much to play in this game that it just completely took over. And that's alright, because I think it's definitely become clear since that that's kind of the core identity of this stream. Is as a bit of a maker fest. Am I saying Mario Maker is not an indie game? I think it's too heavily moderated to be an indie game. Okay, we'll just go directly to Divine from the second one. That's actually much, much better in terms of just eliminating one additional variable I don't want to deal with. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to avoid the side springs for the moment until I got a better position to bounce from the right side wiggler to the left side, but as you can see, that was not quite the compensation I was looking for. Just went a little too short on the jump on the hole. And okay, let's go up. What did I just say about going directly from the second stack to the left? Yeah, let's try to keep the good strategy. Yeah, momentarily saying, I don't know if you are on Discord at all, but usually do announce when I'm streaming at least a little bit in advance. Okay, sometimes only a few minutes in advance, but I usually try to get at least some plans in place for the stream for the next few days at a time. And okay, here we go. You're always at work before I stream except weekends. Yeah, I remember you saying that. Oddly enough, for the crazy timetable that I tend to run on, that it seems to fit when you get off work and actually put something on. Okay, here we go. And whoops. Yeah, I really do need to fix up that timing. As I was discovering in yesterday's stream as well, planning around specific safe timing windows is apparently a big weakness in this game for me. Across all kinds of level styles, in fact. I used to think I was better at that sort of thing than levels where you just flow forward all the time. But it turns out timing is actually a bit of a problem when I play. Nope, was trying to drift over to the left as soon as the structure was going to the right again. I think I just need to go faster, in fact. That whole segment, instead of waiting for the opportune cycle. Alright. Let's get this going. Okay, there we go. Let's just ride this out. And that will work. Nice high bounces, and then we'll just ride this out all the way to the left. Okay. Yeah, I should have maybe tried to make first cycle there, but... Okay, there we go. And that's miss. However, getting on top of the clouds there would have done it. Cut too much momentum there. If I get on top of the wigglers, I just need to keep going and just go full tilt towards the left. So that's just the kind of adjustment we need to think about. And hopefully execute that properly next time. Okay. Forward we go. And then we'll just bump this. Yeah, no. I just need to take a faster cycle, in fact. Because then we can use full leftward momentum to get up to the clouds on the first available cycle when they bunch up next to the pipe. So we'll just get back there as safely as possible and see if we can make this work. Let everything drift. And yeah, I'm glad you like the system of organization. It might be slightly over-engineered, but... And some of the stuff needs updating. I mean, I put the server together last summer and wrote all this material for it that reflects the state of the stream last year, but then I took a fairly lengthy hiatus from October to February, and some things did change a bit when I came back in terms of how I run things. So I do need to fix up the Discord at some point in terms of just the walls of text that I have there. But anyway, I'm glad you found it easy to navigate. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure why you expected me to be organized. I don't know if there's anything that creates that expectation from how I'm playing on stream, but it's kind of true that I do generally like things to line up neatly, I guess. Oh, the way my bot is set up, I see. Okay, let's just get the right kind of timing going on here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I figure with the Mario Maker that to the extent that people join things like channel discords, people on Mario Maker Discord are generally just in way too many servers at once. Far too many to keep up with. I mean, especially when everybody who's streaming, like if they're all running their own Discord, you're only going to be actively lurking in so many of them and keeping up with the pings instead of just ignoring them all. So, kind of pays to keep things elegant. Nope. That arc was totally wrong. Okay. Here we are. And we'll just ride it all the way to the left. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, that's very true that Discord, you know, even when they introduced being able to collapse certain channels into subgroups, it still doesn't scale very well with the sheer number of channels that a given person can be subscribed to. So, can be a bit of a pain, but anyway, here we go. We're still here. Wow, I've been here a while. That's okay, we'll hopefully not be here for an hour, the way I was with the Buffalo Piranha level yesterday. Okay. Yeah, Mang bounces on a moving platform. That's something new to deal with. There we go. That's safe. Felt very good, in fact, at that time. Everything was just working out. Okay, and that's actually going to be it, so... That was just the main obstacle to deal with. I kind of wonder if there was anything on top of the fortress at the end there. But given the camera setup in this level, I'm guessing no. So, thank you for the GG's. Natcat, if you're still here, and if you didn't just take another Napcat, since you were queued earlier, I can bring you back in. But that's all I will do. If Natcat's not actually here, then I will have it out. Okay, Natcat, I will reopen briefly only for you. Just so we can get things recorded in the bot. So you can resubmit in if you'd like. Yeah, just go ahead and take a moment to do that. I don't know if this was something from yourself or just a suggested level, but that's okay, we'll take it anyway. But it will be the last thing for sure. And we'll just let you browse around in the meantime. Might be further up in the chat too if you were here in the channel continuously. Oh, okay. Momentarily saying thank you for grabbing that. We might as well punch it into bot anyway, just to get the display going. Might as well see what this is. Secret of the Koopa Ruins. Okay. Yeah, just to do the code display, I'll just punch it in myself. And so this is a level from Sammy Cat. Let's see if this... No, okay, the ancient Koopa tribe has been guarding an ancient secret since October 2019. Hey, PC DeWolf, welcome. You came in right at the end. This is the last level we're doing. So, can you uncover the mystery? Let's see. We'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, the Koopa cult drinking all their Koopa Kool-Aid. And these little tiki torches up front, in front of their secret hideout. Oh, look at this Koopa. Totally is a Koopa cult. They even build idols to themselves. Okay, I'll take that. I was going to check up here, but okay, I'm going to have a very well-placed pig noise. Anyway, into the Koopa we go. Kind of like the entrances that are at the end of each world in Super Mario 2, in fact, with that giant bird beak. Okay, going to lower the gate. Nothing will get me down there. Yeah, some of this stuff is obviously just decorative. No way for me to get down, but it looks like we'll have claw drops. Yeah, thought so. And then drop that in, and I should be wrapping around, yes. So that will be the exit. Oh, you can kind of see the outline of this thing, that you're still generally following the shape of... not quite a giant Koopa, but definitely some kind of giant temple that, you know, seems to have a bit of a shell-like hump in the middle. I did need to drop this somehow. Oh yes, with the red shell. Let's do that. Red shell, of course, being lowered by the on-off switch activation earlier. Yeah, of course we'll take the 1-up. Just gonna check up here to see what's going on. And yeah, Dukukaza, thank you for the levels earlier today. Definitely hoping to get back to the multi-checkpoint 1 at a later stage. I'm glad to play both of them today. Sure, we'll take that and just drop down and follow it. Okay, just have to change our position over to the donuts here, and then... Ah, okay, P-switch activation is what it is. So, this specific room here has an eerie similarity to a segment from the first level that I made in Mario Maker 2, which was also kind of like an Indiana Jones level. Like, there was something very similar with the two pipes opposing each other and bouncing, in my case, dry bones up to a central area. So, that looked very familiar, for totally coincidental reasons. Okay, so that's gonna break everything, and yeah, sure, we'll just follow it over. Mushroom? Yep. Nice. Nope, didn't drop out of that very elegantly. Let's follow that shell. Yeah, cool finale. Okay, on-off switch is just going to drop all of these guys, and then we drop this, and the bombs are just going to all go off at once, which is as expected. How? Okay, good. We didn't need to save them both. And here's the boss room. Okay. Well, which one of you is the big boss? We need to hit the POW by jumping off the Koopa. And that will get rid of the Muncher stack. Oh, I see. So key door is guarded by Muncher Piranha. Let's just get rid of that. And I assume it's actually the Red Koopa that's the cult leader here. Okay, we just clear it away. I kind of like the placement of the Piranha Fire such that it is specifically suppressing the location that you need to jump around in to reach the POW. Oh, love this Koopa setup at the end too. As you reveal their secret idol, and then you just get pooped out the end, apparently. That doesn't seem hygienic. Okay. Let's see if we can... no, probably not any kind of reach here to the flag. Door at the end. I wonder if I can go over the flag. I don't think so. I think it's just a little decorative element to mask the castle and have you enter the door and disappear into thin air. Oh. And thank you for that, Natcat. Yeah, nice to finish on something like that. But that'll be it for today's stream. Thank you for all of the submissions and all the patience of the people who waited to come in. And yeah, as usual, just a great set all around. So we will, if everything goes according to plan, be back tomorrow with even more viewer levels. And in the meantime, I will be scanning around for some kind of raid to send you off to, probably Mario Maker as usual. But there may be some other ideas. as well, considering who is or isn't on. And so yeah, I'll just scan around for that in a moment. And in the meantime, thank you so much for watching. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Certainly enjoyed the presence of everybody here, so have a good night, or morning, afternoon, evening, whatever. Have a good day, and a good weekend. And until I see you next time, fare thee well.